Well, hello and welcome to the Cardiff Cross Challenge, the 26th edition, and of course this year gold label status for the third year running as well. We've got primary all the way up to seniors, somewhat 2,000 runners here in the Welsh capital, and conditions couldn't be much better. I caught up with James Williams, CEO of Welsh Athletics. Well, hello and welcome. I'm here with James Williams, CEO of Welsh Athletics. And James, firstly, what does it mean to have an event like this in the calendar? What impact is athletics as a whole?
This is the biggest cross-country event in the UK, and we want to attract the best athletes to run in Cardiff. We want to promote the sport. We want to give our Welsh athletes the best competition. It's the 26th edition of this event. We want to make it bigger and bigger every single year, and the stellar elite field we've got this year is testament to all the hard work behind the scenes.
And you have tactically, I guess, moved it closer to Liverpool Cross Country Championships. Any reason for that?
I think what we found last year, a lot of the best British athletes it was probably a little bit too early. So to move it a month later, just before the European trial in Liverpool, I think it gives all those athletes the best possible start to their cross-country season.
And am I right in saying this is the only gold label cross-country in the UK? How did you go about achieving that status?
Yeah, absolutely. When World Athletics launched the World Cross Country Series, we immediately kind of contacted them, said we want to be a part of this. Originally it was kind of to try to build slowly, but we've gone straight in for gold label. This is the third edition of a gold label event, and I think, like I said, we want to continue to build it, attract the best athletes, and make this not just the biggest cross country event in the UK, but one of the biggest across the world.
And is there any home athletes from Wales that you're particularly looking forward to?
I mean, Dewi Griffiths he's been one of the top Welsh athletes for however long I can remember. He's won this event a couple of years in the past. He's returning to somewhere near his best. Jenny Nesbitt again coming back of a good stint in Font-Romeu. So yeah, fingers crossed we'll have a few kind of towards the front end of the field.
And as race organiser, you must be very happy with the conditions today.
Do you know what? 2 days ago, it was absolutely lashing it down. It was horrendous. That's why the ground's still a bit muddy. But what do they say? The sun shines on the righteous. So fingers crossed it stays like this for the rest of the day, and we'll have a fantastic day of racing.
Fantastic. Well, that's James Williams, CEO. Let's get to the action. Well, hello and welcome to the 26th edition of the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Glorious conditions here today, and of course it does have gold label status. The third year in a row this meeting has a gold label cross-country status, the only one in the country, I may add. We've got a stacked timetable today, 13 races ahead of us, from primary school runners all the way up to that senior men's to finish the afternoon at 2:55. But first up on the circuit at 11:02 will be the under 11 girls. There's the timetable in front of you, just 1.25k for them, so just a quick lap of these Llandaff Fields. They'll be the first to start to tear up the old course out there. It's good underfoot at the moment, but we do expect it to cut up a little bit throughout the day, as it is soft in patches. But look at the sunshine you can see in the background, the famous Llandaff Fields. So I will talk you through, of course, the under 11 boys, and we've got the addition, it's worth mentioning, the addition of those senior women's and senior men's mile races, one small lap and a small extension again. And with 2 weeks just before Liverpool Cross Country, the European trials, where of course they have the short course, the mile race there to qualify for the European Championships in the relay. It's good practice for those who do have an interest in that. And of course today, Armistice Day, so we are going to get some coverage of laying the reef. We are going to have a 2-minute silence at 11 o'clock as well. And laying the reef today will be Colour Sergeant and President of Welsh Athletics, Finlayson, Corporate Rees and Sergeant Fulford. And we will be upstanding for last post, followed by a 2-minute silence in just a moment or so's time, of course, remembering
Please be upstanding for the play of the last post from Sergeant Andrew Farquharson, followed by our 2-minute silence in memory of those we lost.
Oh, there we are. Fitting tribute to all those who paid sacrifice many years ago. That is going to kickstart the Cardiff Cross Challenge, the 26th edition. If you are just joining us, the under-11 girls are just moments away from getting going. A 1.2-kilometre circuit they have ahead of them. Some fantastic local names, lots of local clubs as well. Of course, this is Cardiff Cross Challenge is also a mixture with the Gwent League, and in fact, for the under-11s, we will see. Not sure we will have anyone partaking in the British Athletics Cross Challenge. That will start at the under-13 age group. So will be those 9, 10, 11-year-olds about to attack this course. Glorious conditions indeed. And that is eyes on that home straight. Look at that, lots of tents, lots of support throughout the day. The fields here on Pontcanna Fields, Llandaff Fields, shall I say. The old course would be over the far side on Pontcanna Fields. That's where the Cross Challenge first started out. It then came across this side of the river. A bit more of a central location, you could argue. Very accessible from the centre of Cardiff as well. Just Welsh Athletics, British Athletics do a phenomenal job putting on this meeting indeed. And we are going to head over to that under-11 girls race, and off they go straight away. Oh, don't you love to see it? It's such a good sight, the cross-country charge, especially at this age. 1.2k ahead of them, no pacing at all. Look at them get out the blocks. Who can be first to that turn and who can stay there? Definitely not much tactics, just flat out all the way. And you know what? It doesn't change too much the older you get either. You just have to run a little bit further. So we'll try and identify a few of those up front already, because we're seeing some large gaps form early on in this race. A few to look out for. Darcy Collins, Ball AC, plenty of Cardiff Athletics Club runners as well here. Newport Harriers as well, Carmarthen Harriers. See 3 of the strong clubs, a few Swansea Harriers as well. Shrewsbury AC, come across the border. And a few school kids as well, representing their primary schools in the local area. Shout out to could well be triplets. Isabel Weber.
Going over the one small lap distance, 1,250 metres. As I said, it was inside 5 minutes of running 12 months ago, so do get barrier side. As I said earlier, there is a sea of club tents. Great to see all of the clubs that are out today. Remember, if you are running in the Gwent League and you are running in the Cardiff Cross Challenge, you wear your Cardiff Cross Challenge number. We do not duplicate, you don't wear 2 numbers. If you are just Gwent League, then obviously just Gwent League numbers. But again, it's great to see so many of our youngsters there. Thank you again to our team managers, our volunteers for getting them all ready. I know there'll be plenty of WhatsApp messages, spot groups, teams groups, making sure that our runners are here today. It would not be possible without our team of volunteers and without those that play such a huge part at the club. So remember, next race after the under-11 girls will be under-11 boys, same distance, 1,250 metres going at 10 past 11. That second race of the day will be 10 past 11. So if you're in that under-13 boys race, head over towards that start line now.
Felly mae'r ras gyntaf yma, 1 lap bach o'r cwrs, 1,250 metre. Felly 1 lap bach i'r tro i'r ras gyntaf. Ail ras union yr un peth, felly os ydych chi yn y ras nesaf, felly bechgyn o dan 1 ar 2. Bechgyn sy'n trio pnair o 56. Wnewch yn siŵr ydych chi'n barod nawr wrth i chi yn eich cychwyn, a bod hwnna am cychwyn o gwmpas 10 munud yn gweddi 1 ar 2. Da iawn i'r rhai sydd yn trefeg hyn o bryd, dych chi'n neud yn dda iawn. Cariwch ati, a dda ni weld yr golch yn eich galfau.
I do apologise if you've got no video at the moment, just a few technical difficulties. Our end will get it fixed up and back to the action very, very shortly. here we go, have some video footage back. Like I said before, 1.2 kilometers. So you expect them to be finishing around about 6.5, 7 minutes of running probably for some of these girls. And that's number 7, that's Madison Kindler, Brentwood Beagles Athletics Club. And that is a fairly new club. Saw them not debut, but they had some very strong teams at the Southern Road Relays earlier in September. That kind of kick-starts the winter season. This, for me, the Cardiff Cross Challenge very much kick-starts the cross-country season as well. Once that first cross challenge gets underway, we are kind of into the peak of winter, 2 weeks out from Liverpool cross country, of course. As some of these might make the trip up, you don't know, but a lot of them will be focusing on the Gwent League, and they'll have another Gwent League in a couple of weeks' time as well. But here we are then. So Madison Kindler could well be coming down the home straight. Yes, she is. What a fantastic run from her. She's going to come across the line. She is streaks ahead of the rest of the field. Gun to take victory. And I was predicting 6.5 minutes or so. She's done it in 4.5. How about that? Terrific running for, well, 1.2 kilometers. Coming into second place as well. Is that Amran Brown? Let's have a quick look once we get an ID on her number. Fantastic running from her. That is the Shrewsbury Athletic Club. That's Aya Cassini-Jones. Well done to her. We've got a little bit of a race on as well, further down the pack. All streaky across. There's the Swansea Harrier as well. So great running from all of these at the moment. And that's race 1 underway. These under 11 girls. Athletes coming from Stroud. There's Westbury Harriers best as well, coming across the line. Lots of sprint finish as well. Of course, a nice little downhill coming into the finish line for these young girls so they can gain a bit of momentum. Done fantastic. They've just the first ones run over this course today in beautiful sunshine conditions. Hope they get a taste for it. Hope they're going to stick around for the rest of the day, because it's not often they're going to be able to see lots of international athletes rock up here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. There's a Cardiff AC vest coming across the line as well. So there you have it, race 1, and they're going to come quite thick and fast, I must say, because the under 11 boys are off in just about 10 minutes or so. Well, here we are, sorry, 10 past 11, just 2 minutes or so. So here go the under 11 boys. Quite a mix in age range. I'm anticipating that start has gone always a nervous time, but great to see so many numbers. Like I said, on the entry list, we've got, well, somewhat 2,000 athletes out here today. We're expected to cross this finish line. 13 races as well, and you can see tough to grass here. This will be hard going for a lot of these under 11s. They're going to have to really pick their knees up. I'm sure they have absolutely no problem in doing so, but it's great to see them out. You know, we've seen cross country is really how you start out in this sport, to be honest, is the foundation. And it's hopefully an event that these athletes can enjoy the most, especially in conditions like this. No complaints at all. I'm sure many of them will get racing today and probably be off to play a little bit of football this afternoon for their local club. Who knows? I certainly used to double up on a Saturday. Your recovery rate's exceptional when you're this age. Nothing seems to faze you. So a few names to look out for: Charlie Barnes, Bristol and West, Cardiff AC man Benjamin Boyce as well. Look out for the home club, Dylan Etheridge as well. Just a short commute up here for them. Wait, all eyes on the starter. Before we came on air, actually, presentation to Starter Val. She's been starting Gwent Leagues for many years, and retired her pistol, if you like, just last year at the end of the Cross Challenge, at the end of the Gwent League series. And I believe a little bit of a side note of that commitment to the cause. She lost a finger while starting a race once. But that didn't stop her. She's a bit of a local celebrity in these parts of the world. So then, still waiting. These poor lads have been on the edge of their seat, leaning forward, waiting to get going. There's a few names on the screen to look out for. Like I said before, lots of Welsh clubs, lots of local clubs here today. And of course, so good to see so many parents here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge and the Gwent League. So looks like we're finally about to get started with this under-11 boys race. We saw the women, or shall I say the girls, finish in 4.5 minutes. At this age, they tend to be a similar level. I will be honest with you, you go through sort of the rankings, especially that under-13 age, and some of the girls can certainly keep up with the boys at this stage. So I'll be interested to see what they finish in. No pressure to these young boys. It's all good fun at this stage, and just like on the girls' side, absolutely flat out, max effort the whole way, we expect anyway. Now, like I said, a few more names to look out for. Tyler Hughes, Tommy Jones in there, Benjamin Coring. That's Cardiff AC. C-man is Hughes. Did themselves. Great setup, Cardiff AC, and of course, being in the capital, I'm sure they get some training runs on here, or even play a few football fixtures. Who knows, rugby fixtures down here on Llandaff Fields today. But a fantastic lineup. We got up just over 100 set to go in this one. So there they are then over on the far side. A large pack for now. They won't have much time to separate at all. And we can see them streaking down that back straight. So I believe the 1.2 kilometer circuit, they don't actually go up the hill at any point. It's a short, sharp hill, kind of catches you out a little bit though. I can see a Stroud vest to the fore as well. Kamama vest is out of Wolves, and Bilston vest as well. Trying to identify a few of those club colours. That'll be Sebastian Palmer, Wolverhampton and Bilston, if it is him. So it might be a Neath Harriers up front as well. Jack Woodhouse certainly looks like the black vest with the writing on top for Neath. But hey, if Seb Palmer's come down here from Wolverhampton and Bilston, it's not local, you could say that. So he means business, and he wants to come away with a victory, that's for sure. And he's applying the pressure early on. We see them all rolling behind. Running by all, fantastic to see so many colours. And there you are, you see that right hand turn, again it with one big lap done and sort of start to head on their way back. So 2 minutes of running. This looks very, very fast. They're going to go around the copse of trees as well. Stroud athlete, he's in second place at the moment. We'll try and identify him. Got a long list of under 13 names on here, and of course, not much background on this age group. Some of them, this could be the very first race. They could be debuting in the cross-country calendar, which is terrific. One event to do it on, I must say. This is almost the pinnacle of cross-country running, especially in the UK. It doesn't get much bigger than this, to be honest with you. Some of them still negotiating that turn, and they're going to be making their way back. This is a roundabout, well, I'd say they're around about halfway, most of those gentlemen on this course. So it was Sebastian Palmer leading the way. I wonder if he still is. He is. He's got company though. He's got the man from Neath Harriers, and I think that is Jack Woodhouse as well. So those two are going neck and neck, and that looks like a Bristol and West athlete as well. Could be number 17, Charlie Barnes for Bristol and West. So unlike in the women's race, which was almost a gun to tape victory from the Brentwood Beagle athlete, we've got 3 to the 4 in this one. The Stroud AC athlete giving chase. Some great talent have come from Stroud over the years, just like Bristol and West as well. They are quite a famous club in these parts, and they have dominated the kind of southwest running scene for quite some time now. But Seb Palmer isn't going to let Barnes have it all his own way, and he's going to just edge ahead once again, is Palmer. They're going toe-to-toe, but it now looks like Barnes and Palmer are going to come into this finishing straight. They're going to take this right-hand turn. The sprint finish has started already. If you're watching here, look at these two neck and neck. This is what it's about, ladies and gentlemen. Palmer and Barnes. The man from Wolverhampton versus the man from Bristol. So 2 Englishmen on Welsh soil going toe-to-toe, and it looks like Palmer, who did the early running, set the pace. Barnes gave it a go on that turn. Can he respond on the home straight, or is Sebastian Palmer going to take the victory here on Llandaff Fields. Be the second man to break the tape today, or the first man to break the tape today, shall I say, the second athlete, and it is him indeed, Sebastian Palmer. What a run. Inside 4 minutes 30, hands aloft, and fantastic running from Charlie Barnes as well, of Bristol and West, to come through for second place. And the Neath area, of course, Jack Woodhouse gave it a good go and hung on in there for third as well, being chased by that Stroud athlete crossing the line. Rackley Vest as well. And now they come in, here they come in, flocking across the line, these gentlemen. Some great clubs, Taunton, Newport, Carmarthen, Cardiff as well. Coming across, all attacking it. Swansea area as well. Getting a good taste for the course. All these local Welsh clubs will host their own Gwent League at some point. And Newport have one, Swansea have one as well. Carmarthen have one, fantastic course the Carmarthen club have for the Gwent League. They hosted the Bucks Cross Country Championships last year as well, but look at them just stream down, and this is an image we're going to get used to seeing today, to be honest with you. Just streams of athletes. Great to see so many parents, friends and family on the sidelines as well. Tents aloft. It is a proper cross-country fixture, this, and we can't complain about these weather conditions. It was touch and go during the week. It was really, you know, raining. The course is soft underfoot. So had no problem getting around here and attacking it, filing into order. Then, goodness me, they're going to have to get them through that finishing pen quicker than that, because they are not messing around. Oh, and a little tumble on the line. That's all part of it. Some of these gents aren't going to be able to cross the line because they are just coming thick and fast, and this gives you an indication of how many numbers we have here today, how many athletes competing. What a fantastic race that was, and a lot of them enjoying it. It's so good to see more out here. We just hope they continue. You know, the sport tends to get harder. The older you get, the harder it gets, the longer it gets. And the more training, the more work you have to put in, of course. So as the under-11 boys comes to a climax in, the rest of them streak across the finish line, filing into order already before they're even through the line. How about that, Bin? Well done, boys. They know what they're doing. So if you are just joining us, we are live, the Cardiff Cross Challenge 26th edition. It's a World Cross Country Gold Label Tour as well, third year running. It has. This is the end of the under-11 boys. And next up at 11:30, so about 10 minutes or so, will be the under 13 girls. They've got just under a 3-kilometre circuit, as well as the under 13 boys, who will go at 11:45 as well. And then we'll jump to a few older age groups, the under 17s, back to the under 15s, and then over to the seniors. So we'll see some longer races unfold as the day goes on. That senior men to finish up with will be 9.6 kilometres, so bang on 6 miles. But already, I just looked to my left and the grass is cutting up a little bit on this finishing straight, so do expect the course to cut up as the day goes on. At the moment, not a cloud in sight here. Some of the last of the finishers just crossing the line there. Was, 776 Henry Charles.
What's the film in for? Is it BBC? It's just a live stream that they've uploaded on YouTube. Okay.
So will it be like on there after?
A lot of them running for their primary schools as well.
You can tune in now and watch it.
So there we are, there's a little start list on the stream for you on your screens. A few names to look out for in the under 13 girls race, and we'll start to see a few more athletes travel a little bit further afar down to Cardiff. The under 13 age group is, if you like, the first competitive age group where we start to keep track of results a little bit more. They're included on the ranking system in the UK. Compete on the track. Tends to get a little bit more serious as well at that age, and Now might be quite a nice time to talk about some of the prize money structure, because I do believe under 13s, they are going to be entitled to a little bit of pocket money, albeit some vouchers. But if you do win this, the winner will take home £75 in vouchers. Second place will take home £40 in vouchers, and third place will take home £25 in vouchers, and of course a British Athletics medal, considering it is a cross challenge. So there is a little bit of prize money for these under 13 athletes, so they'll start to get a taste of what the sport's like, what opportunities they'll have going forward. And under 15s will also receive the same prize money, so will the under 17s. And once we get to the junior men and junior women age group and above, they will receive cash. That is the British only prize money, of course. There is, being a gold label, some serious prize money on offer for the winners of that senior men's and senior women's events. And we've got some fantastic international talents, and more on that a little bit later. And there you are, you can see the timetable. So don't go anywhere. Couple under 13 races, under 17s can do 5.5k, and then worth mentioning those mile races. Nice new addition, they're sponsored by Sports Shoes, put on here, considering we are 2 weeks away from the Liverpool Cross Challenge, which of course is the European trial. It's going to be interesting to see what athletes line up, show their intent for the European trial. And you know what, conditions here at Llandaff Fields probably very similar to, or the course layout, shall I say, very similar to that at Liverpool. Tufty, soft grass, soft in patches and slight undulations, but nothing too serious. So it's near enough pretty much a replica of that Liverpool shore course as well. So just 5 minutes away from these from the under 13 girls. It's a nice time to talk about, I've mentioned Liverpool. That is, of course, going to be the next fixture as in 2 weeks' time on the 25th of November. It is famously the European trials, and it has been for many, many years. Just like this Cardiff Cross Challenge is in its 26th edition, believe it or not. I was saying earlier, started over in Llandaff Fields or Butte Park, I say, the other side of the river, and used to be held, that first weekend or second weekend in January. It's quite a small affair, but I'll tell you what, since it moved over here to Llandaff Fields, Welsh Athletics took it on. They took it by the scruff of the neck, and they have just jumped on every opportunity being thrown their way. That's come, and hence why they've now managed to make it a gold label cross country. It's the only one in the UK. Some serious organisation has gone into this meeting. Even the small matter like a cross country stream here today. Not many cross country events provide such a high level stream, so I hope you at home can enjoy, friends and family. So Liverpool will be in 2 weeks' time. We'll then head up to Scotland for Renfrew on the 13th of January. And fixture 4 is an interesting fixture. Parliament Hill, 20th of January. It's going to be the home country's international. It's also going to be, well, somewhat a trial for the World Cross Country Champs. They're going to take the winner of it, so I don't know how much of a trial you can call it, but the winner in the senior category at least will qualify for the World Cross Country Champs, which is headed to Belgrade in 2024. Of course, was due to be out in Croatia. To change it, last minute cancellation, and moved it to Serbia, Belgrade. And then, of course, fixture 5, which is so often up in Loughborough, and has been for the past few years, the UK Inter-County Championships, where athletes get to represent their county, qualify through that. That's going to be held on the 9th of March 2024, but the venue is still to be confirmed. And I'm sure a few here at Welsh Athletics won't mind me saying they would love to play host to it back here in the Welsh capital in March, but nothing confirmed yet, so just pure speculation. But again, that too will play host, and will be somewhat a World Cross Country trial event. It always used to be the official World Cross Country trial, and they just have X amount of athletes past the post who would qualify for GB. It's a lot more confusing this year. I will get to that later on in the stream for the races where it is relevant. The under 13s, they are just focusing on attacking this circuit, having fun, enjoying it, putting on that club vest, doing themselves proud, getting a taste of it. They've got a long journey ahead of them in this sport, and now, right now at this age, it's just all about enjoyment. If you are an under 13 athlete, I tell you what, those under 13 girls, they're ready to go. I've just checked over my shoulder. They're on the start line. They're eager. They're bouncing up and down. Some of them are in that start position. Knees forward, knees bent, looking over at that starter. But I tell you what, they've got 2 or 3 minutes to go, so they can chill out. There you are, some doing high knees. It's a good few drills early doors. I believe that 4857, that may well be James Thee's daughter. He's announced it today. He is an absolute legend. Cardiff AC now running for Pontypridd. Just announcing here today, like he does at so many Welsh athletic events, and he will be part of the team who have, you know, really driven this race forward, driven this event on. There we are. Look at all those Swansea Harriers. It's good to see so many coming from each club as well. Good turnout, because running at the end of the day, it is a social sport. That's how you remain in it, to be honest with you. Yes, you can be very driven and very motivated, but it's the friends and it's the people you meet along the way that will keep you in this sport. I can tell you that from experience. And it's a lot more fun when you share races, training sessions with friends, training partners, and whatnot as well. And for many of these, they won't realise yet, but where running may take them, not just around the UK, not just around Wales, but also potentially even around the world. It is a sport which is truly, truly global. So, here we are then, and away they go then, the under 13 girls, to get things going, just under 2.8 kilometres ahead of them, and just like we've seen in the under 11 races, flat out from the gun. Let's see who can get first to that corner, and let's start identifying a few of these athletes. So we've got Bibi Abernethy as well, of Wells City Harriers, Jessica Bateman, Isla Bater, Ellie Birchall, Martha Brown, Esme Cameron. A few, that's a Chiltern Harriers vest up near the front. I can spot that. Cara Gorman. Good to see her making the trip down, choosing to come to the Cardiff Cross Challenge over the Chiltern League, which of course is happening today. Lots of cross-country fixtures will be happening up and down the country. That may well be, is that a Brecon vest? I'll have to get a bit more of an eye on some of those athletes up front. One athlete from the Forest of Dean, Molly Hollins, shout out to that beautiful part of the world, the Forest of Dean, beautiful training facilities as well, lots of trails to run on. And it's interesting, many of these athletes will use different facilities, won't they? Some will have access to trails and woods galore. Some will have just access to road loops or tracks. They do a lot of their training on the harder surfaces. So let's see who enjoys the cross country the most. And who's got the strength to pick their way through the mud. Hasn't cut up just yet, but we expect it to, of course. And I think that's Maisie Mullet. That's Reek and Saw Valley, and so athlete wearing number 94. She is up front at the moment. Maisie Mullet's going to be straight to that first turn, and unlike the under 11 races, they are going to go up that slight hill. It's going to bend round to the left. Here you are, and it doesn't look like much, but I tell you what, it gets steep at the top. It's got a little kicker to it, and these athletes are going to have to really shorten their stride and attack it to get up it. As you can see, just around that bend, demands a little bit more of them, drive their arms, they lean into it, and I tell you what, later on in the senior races, it really does catch you out. They're going to have to do this little hill 3 times. So we get to see. So all those ladies negotiating the first kilometre or first half a mile or so, nice and comfortably. Just under 3 kilometres going, bunching up a little bit further back. It's going to be interesting to see how they take the turns late on. So Maisie Mullet, it was at the front of the race. She was closely followed by Cara Gorman of Chiltern Harriers, I must say. It looked like a Bristol and West athlete up there as well. 2 Cardiff athletes in this one. as you'd expect. So yeah, pretty much going to do one, not quite one big lap. These girls, but not far off. This is the fun part of the course for them. They come up this hill, and now you can see they've just done a little twisty, little technical section. Now they're going to enjoy a slight downhill, and this is where you really need to get the legs turning over. You need to get rolling on this section. It looks like Maisie Mullet's doing exactly that, I must say. 77 in there, Ellie Birchall as well, giving chase. That's the Exeter Harrier. So Mullet, Birchall and Gorman. There's your 3.5. Try and identify that fourth runner as well. So as you can see, it's actually pretty good conditions here, I must say. Firm underfoot on this turn at the moment, and this is probably one of the drier sections of the course. It drains quite well on this part, and I actually say the flatter sections, when you go around the playing fields, they're the soft ones. That's where the water lies. That's where it's quite boggy. That's where those rugby lads will tear it up on a Saturday, Sunday morning as well. So great to see so many under-13s here getting a taste of it early on in their career. For many, they might be coming back. This might be their second time. Of course, each age group spans across two school years, if you like. So typically, this will be year 7 and 8. So as we just look to follow them round this bottom half of the course, it is the quieter section. Their parents won't be out here to cheer them on, to keep them honest. I don't think they have to worry about that at this stage. They're hard workers, they love it. And oh look, here's the introduction. It's going to be the first log to attack. Maisie Mullet still up at the front, still running very, very well. Got a nice little gap. Cara Gorman at Chilton sitting in 4. She negotiates that log, and it's just quite staggering to see the gap these ladies have on the rest of the field already so early on. 5 minutes of running, and these gaps are big, ladies and gentlemen. It can just show you sometimes at this under-13 age group, a little bit of training, a little bit of experience can really push you on. You can really respond to it. Some athletes tend to do multi-sports at this age and then just turn up for a cross-country fixture, which is a great way of doing it. Certainly helps with the longevity. Some running will be their bread and butter. It will be their passion at this age as well. It's an interesting sport as well. You know, we talk about club coaches and how influential they are to athletes at this age, and how it just helps so much when you have a coach who perhaps takes an under-13, takes an under-11, and has, you know, a long-term vision in mind, wants them to stay in the sport into their early 20s. It's all about just keeping them interested, keeping them having fun. Yes, you want them to work hard, but it's also acknowledging that you want them to have a long career, somewhere to go. And many of them as well will just be discovering what they prefer most. For some, I know at under-13s, cross-country is never too bad, just under 3 kilometres. But the longer it gets, it can put off a few. And some start to enjoy it even more the longer it gets. So, be a few mid-distance runners among them, I'm sure. Look at the likes of Keely Hodgkinson, 800-metre phenom. At the moment, multiple world or multiple global medalist, shall I say. Starting out here at the local cross-country league. So it's the British Athletics Cross Challenge. It's also the John Collins Gwent League, if you are joining us. And it's also later on in the senior races, World Athletics Gold Label Tour. So here we are on the snaky section of the course. So they're going to come, like I said, they negotiated the log, took a right-hand turn. They're going to snake their way around these copse of trees. This is a good chance for athletes to kind of check over their shoulder and see who's behind. I don't believe that was the leaders there. Here we are. Is it still Maisie Mullet up at the front? There's Cara Gorman. One would assume, I didn't see her in shot there, one would assume she still is up at the front. I need to identify that athlete in second place in the black and the light blue vest as well. Here goes Mullet. She's going to start to head back. And they are around about halfway at this point. Just over halfway. There's the Rican saw, and do you know what? They're over halfway. She's going to be coming into the finish very, very shortly indeed, which shows you the class they are operating. It always surprised me how quick they can move at this age. Ladies and gentlemen, you sort of think, well, just under 3K, they're going to be, what, 10, 12 minutes, 10, 11 minutes of running, but it looks like, I'll tell you what, Maisie Mullet is going to whip round this course a lot quicker than that. It's been a convincing, commanding victory. If she can hang on, providing she doesn't fall apart in this final straight, she's going to have a nice downhill section to work off as well. She's going to come into the crowd. She's going to be able to soak it up. And what a moment for an under-13 athlete to experience this, to get a taste for this. You know, we talk about longevity in the sport. I think when you achieve, results like this, you only want more, don't you? It's addictive. You just want to be competing into your teens and into your early 20s as well. But a phenomenal run from Maisie Mullet. You know what? She's featured all race long. She cruises her way down the home straight and into the finish. There she is, down the little hill there. Phenomenal. Huge long stride for the size of her as well. What an athlete. And I tell you what, that's a name for the future, Maisie Mullet. You best remember it. Cara Gorman coming through for third as well. Chilton Harriers, and here we are in fourth. It's Ellie Burchill of Exeter Harriers coming through for fourth. And I mentioned it earlier in the race. Look at the gap these young girls had on the rest of the field. It is very, very impressive. And at the under-13 age group, you can do the cross challenge and come down here, and all of those athletes were doing the cross challenge, whereas some of them will be in the Gwent League. This will just be their local cross-country fixture. So going to see a few more come down as Liverpool athletes. This could be Esme Cameron, couple Liverpool Harriers coming all the way down here, so travelled far for this one. Good to see them. Esme Harriet. Let's see what they can do. Battling it out, those two. 79 crossing lines like that. Esme Cameron. Good running from her. See athlete as well. Stroud Athletic Club. Down, I mentioned, talk about facilities. You've got a fantastic grass track. They've produced many, many talented runners down there. Got some good guidance down there. It was Isla Bater, I believe, of North Devon AC, who was that second place finisher today. A few North Devon athletes coming across the line. Kamal and Harrier, great running from there. Cardiff Athletic Club as well. It's another North Somerset vest. Look at this, 11.5 minutes on the clock, and we've had almost 20 or 30 athletes finish and cross the line already. Phenomenal running from all of these ladies, and from my standpoint, being a commentator, doing the research for this, very, very difficult indeed, because some of them, like I said, they could well be debuting over the cross country. Not much history, not much background at this age, but one thing's for sure, you're just looking out, aren't you? You're just seeing a few names for the future, and they might not even be up front of the field. There could be very, very well could be a few mid-pack in this race right now. Or even further down, Paula Ratcliffe, one of her first English schools races, 289th, something like that. She finished. Boy, what a career she had. So it's just, if you enjoy it, you'll go far. That is the biggest thing. And I've seen a lot of smiles on these girls' faces out here. They streak across the line, competitive right to the wire as well. A few sprint finishes. Good to see them all so close together. I'll tell you what. So we've got just 3 minutes or so till the under-13 boys race, so we'll keep an eye on that. They're going to do exactly the same course as these girls did. And to be precise, it's 2,780 meters. moving on to that under 15 age group. So don't forget, I did mention earlier as well, the prize money that these under 13s have. I'm sure Mum and Dad will be very proud, but £75 in vouchers for the winner, £40 for second, and £35 for third. £25 for third, sorry. But it just means, you know, that can go towards, we know the price of shoes these days and gear has skyrocketed in this sport over the years, over the past few recent years as well. Just goes to show that can go towards some new trainers, some new spikes. How about that for the 23-24 cross-country season ahead of them? And this, for me, is the official start of the British winter of the cross-country campaign. Yes, I know we've had a few league matches in October, we've had the road relays, but once the cross challenge series start, that is cross-country in my books. We so often get a beautiful, crisp autumn morning in October, and you know what? It's delivered here in November as well. Conditions could not be better, and I'm sure a lot of these young athletes will stick around considering the conditions are so nice. So watch the older age groups as well, see where they want to be in a few years' time, perhaps. Well, here they are, these under 13 boys. We've got Oscar Adams, Freddie Barnes, Deary, Kian Dick, Aaron Evans, Rocco Hawley, Jude Jenkins, Dylan Powell, Ed Salter, Charlie Stewart. Just to mention a few. There's a few. That's a few to kind of look out for. And you know, on that previous winner, Maisie Mullet, Williamshire cross-country champ, 4:44 over 1500. And talk about 1500 meter times. They're about to get underway. Oh, eager to start. There we are. Not a false start for these gentlemen, but they were very, very close. So off they go, and under 13s, well, they can either be, you know, it's a funny age group, isn't it? They can have some massive growth spurts. They could be, what, 6 foot or sort of 4 foot at this stage. Doesn't look to be anyone towering above the field just yet. I say that as the World City man up front seems to be attacking it quite early on. A few diminutive figures in there as well. Nice short stride, good for cross country, that is. Nice high cadence, good leg turnover. That's what you want. Boy, they're not messing around, are they? Straight to it. Off the front, we'll try and identify that very first athlete. Does look like a World's City vest. Me, there's a few athletes through here that I will mention, and that is Sam Deary and Kian Dick. They've travelled all the way from Scotland, Kifnock North Athletic Club. So potentially the club has travelled down here to the Cardiff Cross Challenge, because I know they've got a few athletes in the later age groups as well, which is no doubt an overnight trip for them. Surely you would think so. Couldn't have made it down here in just one morning. Although good airport links maybe. But I mentioned that club for a reason, and that is where Neil Gawley has come from. And I think, you know, under 13s travelling down to Cardiff. There's a few Edinburgh Seavest in here as well. Travelling down to Cardiff, I think, shows that the impact someone like Neil Gawley has had on his home club. He's a brilliant figure. He often gets back there. I think it was just last year saw him at the training ground on some grass pitches. Watching over some of the young upcoming talent. So there we go then, attacking that hill. Some of them choosing to go wide on that turn. That might give us an indication. A lot of leaves on the ground at the moment. That probably gives us an indication how muddy it is on this turn though. Plenty of these lads have got good grip mind. There, the 12 mil spikes in, you could, one would assume. So we'll try and identify that athlete, the World City AC best up front. Can't see him on my entry lists at the moment, so he could well be mixed in with the Gwent League.
use your arms to put it in now, eh? Use your arms. Push. Good dog. Well done. Going all the way to the shin, right beneath that.
The under-17 men, by the way, as we see these under-13s take that first steep hilly section. The under-17 men will be off at 12 o'clock. So that is the next race coming up. But first we will focus on the action of these under-13s. They crown that top end. Very, very good running indeed. 117 in second place. That's a Cardiff Archer. That's Lucas, Howard, Mikado. And Gift Not North, gentlemen, I spoke about earlier. Edward Salter, Taunton AC in fourth place as well. He is 3810. No identification on him, unfortunately, so I do apologise. He is having a phenomenal run. So the two Gift Not North lads, they're in the yellow with the blue hoop. Nice and close together. It's good to see training partners run together. You often find that, won't you, runners? We seek comfort in running alongside people we know, matching up against our training partners, knowing that, look, we keep up with them on a day-to-day basis. We can keep up with them round a 3-kilometre cross-country circuit as well. The competitive edge comes out, and I'm sure these lads will be starting to keep a tally, keep track of those head-to-heads with training partners and friends and maybe rival clubs as well. So, round about halfway for these gentlemen, we saw the under-13 girls. They're inside, well, I think it's about 9.5 minutes. They were whipped round this 2.8 kilometre or 2,780 metre circuit, to be precise. And there we are then. So, World City still leading the way. That's the Cardiff Archer, Howard Mikado in second place as well. It's a Somerset Vest, couple Gift Not North athletes. That's Sam Deary and Kian Dick. That's your lead pack at the moment. They're all negotiating this log. Whoa, some massive clearances over that log. And look out for Mikado, this Cardiff Archer. He's got a good flowing action, and he's going to know this course. He perhaps has even trained on this course. Got a great facility up at NIAC, up at the Cardiff Met campus, to tell you that. Indoor facility allows athletes like Mikado to just get that quality in over the winter, really, to just, you know, given the conditions. We all know what the weather can be like in Cardiff, quite unpredictable, and you know what, very unpredictable, because look at this, would you believe it, beautiful sunshine here on the Welsh capital, and it's what, the 11th of November. You don't often see that, but Mikado just moving his way up into second place just now, kind of keying off that leader from World City, who I do apologise, haven't got a name for him, haven't got him on my start list as well, but sure when we do ID him, it will be a name to remember for the future, because he's in very good company here today. And Ed Salter from Taunton AC sits in third place. So just doing that switchback, going to go round that hedge. This is a snaky section. You get a check over their shoulder and see what the gap is like behind them. Have they got a little room to breathe? Although, you know, just under 3 kilometers, I can't imagine they take their foot off the gas much at all, if at all. So what was a clear kind of winner at one point, a clear leader at one point, is now almost a pack of 3. And look at this, Edward Salter from Taunton AC moving his way up. So they're all roughly 5 meters apart. Gonna have to be a canny game, a cat and mouse over this last ride. Probably got a kilometre to go, if that. They're going to head towards the finish now. They're going to just snake round the copse of trees before they come back and head into that finishing straight. And who's got more left? Is it Lucas Howard Mikado, the Cardiff Archer, or is it the World City man who's led the way all race? It would be cruel for him to lose. He's done some terrific work, and I'm sure his friends and family will be out on the course, his coach even as well at this point in the race. This is where he's going to need them. Going to hear Mikado on his shoulder like he has done pretty much all race long. don't count out Salter of Taunton AC. He's had a very measured effort to get up with these gentlemen. Who's got the tactics here? Who's got the grip between their teeth? That's what it's going to take. At the moment, the World City lad has got a better line on the turns. He's just getting a metre or so on Mikado, and that's going to count. He's going to grow in confidence now. Fantastic form. Look at the leg turnover. Look at the length of stride on this section of the course. Salter from Taunton in third place, and it's still three up at the front, ladies and gentlemen, all fighting for that top prize. Like I said, there is prizes, not just medals on stake here. There is prize money, there is vouchers for these gentlemen. It's so good to see at this age. They can be rewarded for such performances. I mean, you know, you win this, you come top three in this, you are one of the best cross-country runners in the country. There's no doubt about it. We know the Liverpool cross-country is in 2 weeks' time as well. And these gentlemen will look forward to, you know, the likes of the National Cross-Country Championships, Welsh, or the English National, Scottish National, even. Also, the English schools, that'll be a great match-up for some of them as they are getting to that age where they can represent their county schools. But would you look at this, we're going to turn into the home straight, ladies and gentlemen. It is still the World City man up front, and I do apologise. You haven't got a name for him, haven't got him on the entries. But I am going to do my best to find out, because this has been a fantastic race, and he has blown the field apart. He's managed to hold off Harold Mikado of the Cardiff Archers Athletics Club and Edward Salter of Taunton AC. And there was one point I thought they might challenge him for the victory, but they haven't been able to. Here he comes across the line. Congratulations to him, well worth the trip down here. Lucas Alves Mikado in second and Edward Salter in third of Taunton AC. That's your 1, 2, 3. And look at this thing. The Giffnock North man, is it Deary to come across the line? And that's making that long journey worthwhile. Look at all these Somerset athletes flocking across the line as well. It's another Giffnock North man. That's Keir Dick just crossing the line. Faded a little bit. He was up there early. Just faded a little bit. Still inside that top 10 by the looks of things. It's a Cardiff AC vest. It's a Bristol and West vest in there. Good running from him. Fletcher Rogers. Bristol and West. There we are, a couple of Neath athletes. Nice poppy on the vest. That's a nice touch, that. Today, Armistice Day. 10th of November, had a pay tribute to that. Nice 2-minute silence at 11 o'clock. But look at these under-13s. Great running from all. And this really does get it going, doesn't it? As we are warming up, we're building into this day at Llandaff Fields. These under-13s are inspiring those under 15, under 17 age groups, I'm sure, no doubt. You always have to honour the grit of the teeth. The way they just have no fear at this age group. We just tend to get a little bit more sensible as we get older, don't we? We tend to measure our effort a little bit more. I know a lot of coaches encourage their athletes to stay young, to run free, to run with no fear at all, just like these young gentlemen have done always. And look at this for a sprint finish. Wow. Storming down that finishing straight. Congratulations to him. As a couple places gained. It's the Stroud vest, Somerset vest coming through. Wonderful work from these young gentlemen. So next race round this circuit is going to be under 17 bend. That's going to be off at 12 o'clock. 3-4 minutes away. Some of them already on that start line, getting on the start line early doors here. And do you know what? The sun's keeping it dry out here. I'm looking behind me, looked at the course, and yes, it might be cutting up a little bit. It's a little bit boggy, but nothing horrendous. Nothing you wouldn't expect this time of year, to be honest, at a cross country like this. Also, there'll be a lot of athletes who want a muddy cross country. That's exciting. Remember, at this age, you know, cool little obstacles like the logs. Over on the far side, there's 2 log jumps, in fact. And these under 17 men will do 2 medium laps. So they will actually do 2 laps of what the under 13s have just done. So they won't actually come across that second log jump, which is only on the big lap, the large lap. So we know the course now. The under-13s done a little course recce for us. If the under-17s were sensible, they would have watched them. They would have potentially seen the line athletes were picking, where it's cutting up. Of course, walking the course, such an essential part of cross-country. Even when you're a senior athlete, you want no surprises when you're out on the course. You really don't. Hey, let's talk through a couple names in. Ted Ash. I mentioned him because he was part of a City of Norwich Athletic Club team, which was second at Mansfield, and they all ran, all the athletes on that team. We know Mansfield is the English cross-country relays, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Mansfield event. Fantastic event, 3 athletes per team over a 3-kilometre leg. But yeah, I mentioned Ted Ash because City of Norwich was second. That's the club he runs for, and his team all ran within 3 seconds of each other, which is truly phenomenal. Talk about strength and depth, talk about a crop of athletes coming through. There's a few good athletes in here, and sub 4 minutes seems to be the marker of a kind of really high-class, top under-17 athlete over the 1500, and we've got a few of those. We've got a few men who are 3:57 runners. It's phenomenal running at age 16 to be running inside 4 minutes. So, a few watchers waiting to be clipped. Glance over at the starter, waiting to get going here. And away they go in these under-17 men. What, the 5th race of the day. We had the under-11s, the under-13s, and now the under-17 men are off. Still charging. Just like those younger age groups who came before them. Yes, expect positions to change a little bit more, you would presume, in this. Don't expect quite such dominating victories like we've seen in the younger age groups, as runaway victories almost early on. And there is a man, he's easy to spot in that cap. That's Oscar Schofield. He is the British indoor record holder over 1500. I mentioned 4 minutes really being that kind of barrier for an under-17. That's kind of the line. I say the line. You can be a very, very good runner as an under-17 and have not have broken 4 minutes, but there needs to be 10 or so gentlemen who have broken 4 minutes. And Oscar Schofield is one of them. He's there. He's decked out in the Nike-sponsored kit, and coached by Trevor Painter, of course. Runs for Sale Harris, Manchester. And if you don't know Trevor Painter, also coaching Keely Hodgkinson, and we know the level she is and what he has done with her. And Schofield, Painter, his coach, seems equally as excited when it comes to Schofield. And this man, I watched him break that British record indoors up in Sheffield last year. It was early January, 3:52. He ran there. It was paced a little bit, but did do a lot of it solo, and was a pretty big negative split as well. He then actually didn't do any races outdoors, so clearly had a nasty injury or something, which limited him from really racing outdoors. But Southampton man, it could be John Pepin in that lead pack as well. 3:50. Sam Perry, Isle of Man athlete, 3:57. His lifetime best over the 1500. That's certainly him in the red up front. So we can see these men attack a little bit more reserved, I suppose. They've got 2 medium laps. They're going to have to come across this steep little hill twice here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge at the Llandaff Fields. So, yeah, taking it in their stride somewhat early on in this one. But it's going to be exciting to see what Schofield could do. He's not going to have it all his own way. 2-time English schools medalist Aidan Collier is also in here. He's running for Windsor Slough and Eton. Of course, a fantastic club. Windsor Slough and Eton have quite a few professionals and super talented juniors in their time as well. Got some good guidance. There we are in 3:49. John Pepin, Southampton AC. He leads the way in The rest of them slot in behind. It's a man from Team Bath, AC in the mix as well. But a nice big pack early doors, and there's another Gift Not North, Alistair Nugent, that is Gift Not North man, over on the outside. Like I said, no separation in this race yet. I thought it'd be a little bit more cagey than those under 13 affairs. And so they take that sharp U-turn and they sort of head back up a slight incline before they then do a left and approach that log jump, which I'm sure they're all going to be kind of fighting for position for at the log jump, just to make sure they get a clear sight of it, if anything. One thing I wouldn't do if I was advising an athlete today, I wouldn't be advising them to step on that log jump, just in case. A lot of these gentlemen will have sharp spikes in, and maybe even 12 mils. I know quite a few people are preparing for an absolute mud fest, and I don't think it's quite as muddy as it was first forecast. That's due to these glorious sunshine conditions.
And like, don't go too tight in, because then you've got to turn sharp with light. Yeah. So you don't have to
Slightly few of the stragglers setting off, coming through, but back to the front of the field, and Schofield is content up there, and there he is, the Winterslau and Ederman. He's drifted his way to the front. That's Alden Collier, and he looks like he just wants to get things moving as well, just like he wants to push on a little bit. Kamal and Harrier, Ian from Bowen. Kamal and Harrier's got quite a few athletes here today as well. Josh Barnett for them, Ivan Bowen, Finley Bruce, got a fantastic club again. Another really, really strong setup. Some great coaches down there and some famous athletes. I mean, when you look at the likes of, we're going to see Derek Griffiths later on, came through that club. Really have developed some great seniors over the years as well. Just switched on, and those Carmarthen athletes, this is Gwent League, so this is their local cross-country fixture as well. Saying local, a lot of local leagues, you do end up travelling quite far. Well, but about, what are we, coming up to halfway through this first lap then. Each lap just under 2.8 kilometres, 1.5 kilometres. So is the length of the race. So it's Schofield and Collier, both sub 4 minute 1500 metre runners. Both up front, stride for stride. They'll know each other well. Of course, this is the age where you start to really take note of your rivals, what they're doing throughout the season, what races they're plotting to do. Can you match up against them? Focus on those kind of head-to-heads as well. But Collier, a bit of perspective, 3:57 man. And Will Aikens in there a little bit further back in the red vest. It's the Isle of Man. Sorry, he's unattached, but he was third at the English School Champions, so 1500, 3:57. I can't see the City of Norwich athlete Ted Ash at the moment. He was down to run. Can't quite see him in here. I'll mention Alistair Nugent as well, of Gift Not North, just kind of sitting back in about 10th place or so in that yellow vest with the blue hoop. Whenever I see that vest, of course, you have to recognise Neil Gourley coming through that famous Scottish club. The effect he's had on 1500 metre running, on distance running as well. He really has put that club on the map. Look at these men then streaking away, and they are approaching the completion of lap 1 as it starts to break up a little bit. With Schofield and Collier up at the front. That looked like Sam Rolliston as well in this lead pack at the moment. The Reigate and Priory Athletic Club. And Alex Lennon, Southern District. Certainly looks like Southern District vest in third place to me. He's in this lead pack. Moving very, very well, and just looks like he might want to have a turn at the front, but he's just holding back. He's staying patient with this race at this stage. We're not even halfway, and you know what? I have a feeling that steep hill is really, you know, they have it after what's about 500-600 meters that they come on it. on the first lap, but that's going to really separate and cut things up in this race, I believe. Is going to be, you know, how the athletes respond to that technical section. Can anyone break away? You know, you've got the little things, you know, thrown in there. The log jump, it's all well and good on fresh legs. You can kind of bound over it quite comfortably. But when you're tired, even just a small jump like that log can really take it out of you. You can lose momentum. You can break your rhythm. But just coming round then for this first lap. Look behind me. It's still Collier up front. He's pushing on. He looks very, very good. Gliding through the softer surface. The grass is quite long on this area of the course as well. I've got to identify that Carmarthen Harrier. It's Ian Thomas, the Carmarthen Harrier. He's sitting in third place at the moment. It's looking very, very good. It's Thomas. As we wait for them to just crown this bend. And this is that was the starting straight. For those of you who are wondering whereabouts that is on the course, they're just about to crown it now. So Collier still looking to stretch things. Schofield, Thomas, Lennon, those are your top four at the moment. Don't count out the man for Gifton Nugent. Trying to hang in there, trying to hang on to that group. And I said, you know, it's after a lap things start to break up. And we're going to be approaching that hill. This is going to be an interesting part. Schofield, the faster of the two over 1500, but he didn't get to do much over the summer. He was injured over the summer, must have missed out on quite a large chunk of training. He's a huge talent. Like I said, he's under the watchful eye of Trevor Painter. Here's a bit of a distance run, and this looks like where he's going to make his move. Then he moves to the front, just drifts round Collier of Windsor, Slough and Eton. And what will he do then over this second lap? Will he drive for home now, or will he just kind of look to move things along, take a few of them with him and save it for a sprint finish? Because if one man has good turnover and probably the fastest speed in the race, it's going to be Schofield. He is electric, and it's good to see him over the country, actually, given that he's such a good indoor protege as well. He's always rocked that backwards cap, coming a bit of a staple of his. I think listened to a few interviews of him before. He's a big fan of Jimmy Gressier, likes his style. So the rest of the field then, here goes Schofield. He's going to take that left-hand turn, drives the arms, cruises, he's up there. Lennon into second then, Collier in third. He did a lot of the early running. Thomas in fourth. It looks to be cutting up on that turn a little bit, doesn't it? They're really having to grip with their toes. Use those longer spikes to attack that hill. You just need a few hard strides. You need to drive your arms and get up there as quick as possible. Don't want to be on that hill any longer than you have to. And this is an interesting course here at Llandaff Fields in Cardiff, because that looks like Ted Ash, maybe the City of Norwich man. Did a really good race up in Mansfield just last weekend, actually. Quite different conditions though, very, very muddy. So perhaps prefers those muddy conditions, the rain, and those really kind of hardcore cross-country traditional conditions. But yeah, whenever you're kind of faced by a steep uphill on this course, it just drops down the other side straight away. So you can afford to attack the hills a little bit, knowing that you're going to have a little bit of respite, a little bit of recovery on the way down. Those nasty hills are the ones that you kind of have to run up, and then you don't get any rest off the top. So Schofield, Lennon and Thomas. Collier's dropped back then, perhaps paying for that early running that he was doing, really trying to drive the pace. He was the first man to kind of go to the front and make the decisive move. But Schofield just stretching things out. He looks very assured, doesn't he? Mature runner. He's already achieved great things in this sport at this young, early age. Starting to see it more and more, aren't we? You know, athletes like this starting to specialize, starting to really attack the distances. You know, to run 3:52 indoors as an under-17 athlete is truly phenomenal. However, 3:52 for an under-17, it has been done before. We've seen athletes even run 3:45 and change as an under-17. I think that's when you scan over the all-time lists on the track. It is that sweet spot. You know, some athletes develop a lot earlier than others, and by the time they're 17, you often find their power to weight ratio just perfect, and they just respond and and can eat up the training as well. I think that's the biggest thing, the intensity you can get out of you know, an under 17, under the 20. It's often, you know, even more than seniors, because they can, you know, 3 sessions a week, no problem. All at race pace, no problem. Because just recovery rate, just very, very good. And as you get older, you tend to lose that. You tend to need, you know, you speak to a professional these days, you tend to need 2 or 3 days recovery in between those hard sessions before they can go again. However, Schofield and Lennon neck and neck over that log, and it looked like, you know what, Lennon of Sunderland District just looked to, you know, come up alongside and say, yes, I'm still here. I know who you are. I know you're a big name. But I'm going to make it hard for you. I'm going to challenge you. And this is going to be a very interesting last 1.5 kilometers or so. 1,500 meters. They're starting to come into that track territory. Lennon, if he's going to do anything, he probably needs to do it now. He needs to use these turns to his advantage. I always think on a course like this, technical sections, you've got to accelerate into the turns, accelerate out of them, and you can really drop people. You can break people. They can't live with it. You know, don't give them time to rest. There we are, there's Sam Perry rolling through. He's a 357 man himself, looking a little bit further back. A few Cardiff athletics lads. Alden Collier's also gone through already. He was a man, and oh, look at this, and Alex Lennon of Sunderland District just getting ahead, like I said, using the turns to perhaps break Schofield. Schofield's going to sit on him now, though. Don't expect him to move over this last kilometre, or is he? He's going to challenge him, he's going to come back, he's going to fight at him. Ah, shows you what I know. Here goes Schofield, so neck and neck, these two. Changing positions, surging away, and that's what cross-country is about. A lot of it's just off of instinct, and oh, Schofield almost turns around and says, don't you dare challenge me. I've got plenty more left in the tank, and he's going to push on. He's going to gap Lennon now. He's going to ask the question, can you come with me? Can you respond? It's pretty much they're going to run straight for the next 600 meters or so before they take a little right-hand turn around that copse of trees you can see on that map on the right-hand side. They are heading towards that copse, and then they'll be into the home straight. It looks soft out there, though. They're not getting much back from this ground anymore. I have been told it's quite boggy in patches. But Schofield, there we are. Well, he made a move after lap 1. He's, you know, was testing the others, seeing who would come with him. And there's Ian Thomas, by the way. Great run for him in 3rd place. He looks all but clear in 3rd place. If he can hold on to that and see what's happening a little bit further down the field as well. That's Sam Perry in 4th. Oh, and Alistair Nugent as well in 5th. So those two are going to fight for that 4th spot. Of course, you do get cross-challenge points in this race, so these athletes will look to complete the series. Like I say, Liverpool in 2 weeks' time, and I'm sure we're going to see Oscar Schofield there, because that is a lot more of a local affair for him. Man, he runs for Sale Harriers Manchester, and he looks good now. And he's going to be able to use this turn. He's going to be able to check his shoulder around this bend. One of the few times you can probably look back and not kind of signal to the opposition that you're fatigued and that you're struggling. So he's going to check his shoulder. He's going to see Lennon, see that he's got 10, 15 meters on Lennon, but he still needs to go. Is he smiling or is he grimacing? Oscar Schofield of Sale Harriers Manchester, coached by Trevor Painter. A fantastic group. They are producing some serious talent up there. Keely's almost paved the way for a whole host of youngsters behind her. This man is one of them. He's a British indoor record holder over 1,500 meters. He's going to cruise around that bend. Lennon has not gone anywhere, and he has still got 5 meters or so, and it's all about who wants it most at this point in the race. Schofield is being cheered on by what looks like friends and family on the sideline. He's got nothing, and look at this thing. It's going to be Alex Lennon of Sunderland District who's going to take it, and Schofield can't respond. The man who's much quicker over 1,500, and it shows you cross country is about strength, perseverance, and grit. And he has outshined the track runner here today. What a run from Alex Lennon from Sunderland District. Oscar Schofield, well done to him. He made it hard. Perhaps he's learned a thing or two. He'll walk away from this knowing maybe I can be a bit more patient in the future. Maybe I can relax in 2nd place and be the one to give chase as opposed to the one to be hunted, hey? But wow. We are well and truly underway here in Cardiff. There's Sam Perry coming across. Alistair Nugent as well, if not North. That's great running. This is like Will Aikens, actually. British Mileage Club best on. Ted Ash, mentioned him before as well. Good running from him. So stream across the line. Fantastic running from all these gentlemen. They've made it hard, just under 6 kilometers. It's a nasty hard distance. Those of you who have done a park run, a 5 kilometer race, you'll know how hard the 5K is. These gentlemen have just run 5.5 or so kilometers over quite testing terrain. It's Sapshoot. Alden Collier just crossed the line from Windsor, Slough and Eton. There's a Vale Royal vest. Can't miss those colours, can we? Team Bath AC streaking across now as well. Looks like Harry Maxwell, the Team Bath. He featured early on too. Plenty of Commander vests. We're going to see plenty of those throughout the course of the day as well. In the Sequent League. Fantastic running from all these gentlemen here today. Next race, we're going to have those under 17 and under 20 women. They're going to do slightly shorter than these gentlemen here. One small lap, one big lap. It's going to be 4.5 kilometers. They're off in about 6 minutes or so. So we can enjoy watching these under 17 men grit their teeth and rally home down this slight downhill stretch.
You just pick up on the leads. Oh, this here is always London things.
Well, as we watch these under 17 men finish up their 5.5 kilometer circuit here at the British Athletics Cross Challenge in Cardiff, be sure to check out the live results. They're going to be on Open Track. That's the easiest place to find them. I'm sure you cross-country diehards, you track diehards will know all about Open Track. Great results. So first few races are already up on there, so give it 5 or 10 minutes or so. Technically supposed to be live, but there's a slight delay, so do bear with. But yeah, all these results will be on Open Track throughout the course of the day. And if you are just joining us, remember the name Alex Lennon, Southern District, out-sprinted British 1500 meter record holder indoors Oscar Schofield for the victory in this under 17 men's race. Okay then, well, it looks like the under 17 women and the under 20 women are all but ready to get going. And there's one name when it comes to this age category that we have to look out for, an under 20 now, Inns Fitzgerald, 4:15 1500 meter runner, but she is in fact unbeaten over the cross country. 4th last year at the European Cross Country Champs. I'm sure she'll be wanting to get back there, get on the podium this year in that under 20 age group. Athlete, the Exeter Harrier, super talent. Patiently wait Inns Fitzgerald wearing those classic long socks that we so often see her racing. You can see her pretty much dead center next to, in fact, athlete wearing the Abingdon AC colours in that yellow vest. So shout out to her. That's Evie Powell. She actually won the Inter-Counties last year in that under 17 age group, so she's a very strong runner. 9:56 over 3,000 meters as well, so inside 10 minutes is serious running for an under 17, I must add. So there we are. While these under 17 and under 20 women are waiting to get going, just over on the far side, I've just seen those under-17 men be awarded their prizes and medals for that race, which just took place. So plenty of names to look out for. I mentioned Ince Fitzgerald, I mentioned Evie Powell, Intercounties champion last year. That is virtually, you could say, Intercounty champion. I prefer to say UK champion over the cross country. It is the whole of the UK who partake in that event. So last winter, she was the best of them all. Eliza Nicholson, watch out for her, coached by Phil Kissy. What a fantastic coach he is. More on him to come throughout the rest of the program, I'm sure. 8th at national cross country last year. She's an under-17, Blackheath and Bromley. So it will be tricky because obviously the under-17s being mixed in with these under-20s. It's going to be tricky to identify those under-17s and where they are within the under-17 race. So do bear with me, but I'm sure you at home will have a few athletes that you're looking out for, that you're identifying late on. But I'll do my best, for sure, to keep track on that under-17 age group as well. And I'm not sure if they have any difference in their numbers. Sometimes you see sort of different coloured numbers to make it easier for us to identify the under-17s or the under-20s, whichever one. But it's good practice nonetheless, because in 2 weeks' time they'll all race against each other as well. I tend to it's commonplace to lump the under-17s in with the under-20s, especially in this women's age group. All right, we are just moments away then.
They would have done it long ago, all right, come up there about around there.
Well, away they're going in, waiting on those starters' orders. The under-17 and under-20 women get going. And surprise, surprise, Ince Fitzgerald is not straight to the front, although she is heavy favourite for this one. She's unbeaten over the cross-country in the last couple of years. 4th at the European Cross-Country Championships as well last year. And you know what? She's not far off the front. Give her 100 metres or so to get there. There she is in the kind of white and maroon vest of Exeter Harriers and the long blue socks. We'll try and identify a few behind her as the race goes on. But I think that's Megan Harris of Chelmsford. She actually partook in the World Cross Country Championships last year. So very, very strong runner herself, where she finished 40th out in Bathurst, Australia. And she won the under-20s Intercounties as well last year. So we've got the under-20 Intercounties or UK champion over the cross-country in this race, as well as the under-17 champion, Evie Powell. Good to see, because we know that under-20, that junior age group, is in fact 3 years. So many of these athletes will be in the same age group, will share that same junior age group over the next couple of years. But the under-17s, unfortunately, they just their prize money's a little bit less, £75. They all achieve vouchers. Still terrific, the fact they get prize money at that age. And the junior women, I apologise, £250 for the winner of this race, 150 for second, and £100 for third. So some serious prize money on offer for them. Jemima Ridley there, look out for her, the Winter Slough and Eton athlete. Had a very good display at Mansfield on leg one. Leg one's almost like a bit of a race in itself. She's in the Winter Slough and Eton colours, just in about 4th or so. Under-20 athlete studying at Oxford University. So one small lap. And if you've been on air since we started, you'll be familiar with this lap. It is the same route those under-11s took at about 11 o'clock this morning. But Ince Fitzgerald, goodness me, she's stolen a march on this field already, stamping her authority, and must have 10, 15 metres on this lot. We know her strength, we know she just seems to be getting better and better, and this is probably going to start her campaign, her assault on the winter cross-country season, to see what she can do at the European Cross-Country Championships in Brussels in December. But also, you know, beyond that, we know the World Cross is in Belgrade, Serbia, whether she'll go to it. She chose not to go. Big environmentalist, doesn't want to increase her carbon footprint any more than she has to. I'm sure Brussels on the train won't be a problem for her. So it's the Fitzgerald show at this point. We've become accustomed to this over the last year or two. If you have followed under 17 and under 20 female running, but you often find it, don't you? You often find, you know, dominant athletes just seem to, you know, grow in confidence, and the rest of the field can sometimes over-respect. Not to take anything away from Fitzgerald, she is a phenomenal athlete, but almost pay them too much respect, and you know, they race for second fiddle. So let's see who's going to take up the early running in that chase pack. It looks like Rebecca Flaherty, the Bingley Harrier, in that blue vest. She's gonna push it on. It's nice and strong early. Like I said, this first lap just over a kilometre or so, and they do look to get going. That chase pack has been sped up pretty quickly. Flaherty went to the front. Molly Leon's in here as well. Ava Lloyd, worth mentioning. Under 20, 10th at those European Championships, coached by Trevor Painter as well. We just saw Oscar Schofield in the under 17 men's race. Ava Lloyd, she's a very, very useful under 20 athlete coming through the ranks, so look out for her. Patience Lamb, Reconsaw Valley, 5th at the English Schools 3K. She's just in under 17, one of the few athletes to have broken 60 over 400 meters as well. That is not hanging around at all. There's a few under 17s worth noting. Ollie McGowan as well. Banbury Harris, 2nd at that National Cross Country Champs, 3rd at the English Schools Championships. Can she go one better this year? I'm sure she will have her eyes on that. But that Blackie Fest, that's Eliza Nicholson, mentioned her already. Coached by Phil Kissy. And Esme Heavey, 3rd at Mansfield, the under 17 Warrington Athletic Club. That may well be her in 2nd place. Try and get an ID on that 2nd place runner already. But oh, there you are then. So that's a nice cagey kind of chase pack. Brighton Phoenix athlete in there, Jemima Ridley, Megan Harris, who I mentioned last year, studying up at Loughborough, Inter-Counties champion, 40th at the World Cross Country. So she's kick-starting her campaign as well. She's got a good taste of international success. And do you know what? Often you can see under 17s, they compete just as well as the under 20s, especially over the mud. They're fearless, they attack it just as much, but you might see those under 20s just measure their effort a little bit more. But Fitzgerald then, up front, the only thing she knows, easing her way out. And you know, often front runners, they find comfort in being up front like this, getting a gap. And you know, we saw her just streak to the front straight away, and she almost wants to get a gap. She doesn't want to run with people. She wants to get a gap. She wants to feed off herself, judge her own effort. And that's where she's most comfortable. And this is like, you know, we look at, you know, the likes of Jakob Ingebrigtsen and co. And, you know, sometimes when they're under pressure, they can be beat. 3:07 there. Coming through, pitcher Lizzie Wellstead. She's the Colchester Harrier. She's in the green, so keep an eye on her. Looks like she is going to feature late on in this race. Looks very, very comfortable at the moment. As we pan across back down further in the field. Someone that I am trying to look out for that I haven't spotted yet is Pippa Rosler. 9:23, over 3,000 meters. She won the Inter-County Champs in that under 20 age group in 2022. But I haven't seen her yet. Runs for Aldershot Farnham District. Tall athlete. Easy to spot, I must say. But here we are then. So as they embark on their 2nd lap, we're going to do one big lap now. So we're going to see that first log jump, but also that 2nd log as well. And Inns Fitzgerald just extending her margin at the front. Looks phenomenal, doesn't she? Big, long, raking stride, eating up the ground here. She'll enjoy this downhill section. And we're going to have a load of switchbacks coming up as well, so she'll be able to sort of glance behind, look at the gap that she has on the rest of the field. Not that she probably cares at this point. She'll know exactly what she's doing. oh, Eliza Nicholson looking very good as well. And long socks seems to be the inspiration for these under-17, under-20 women, as the top three all wearing them. Flaherty in fourth. So we've got a good little chase group here. We really do. Lizzie Wellstead then, Colchester Harrier. She's been in second most of the race. Nicholson, these two gone toe-to-toe over many cross countries over the past few years, that's for sure. Flaherty as well. They'll know each other. They've come up through the ranks. But interestingly, they don't seem to want to run together. They don't want to work together. They're very competitive. They're all about kind of getting that gap, getting that edge. And this is what the sport of cross-country running is about. Psyching your opponent out on the course, making you almost bluff your way to victory in cross-country. You really do. You have to make it, you know, seem that you're comfortable. You're within yourself. And you're feeling better than that person next to you. You're kind of listening to hear their breathing. Are they struggling? You know, you're measuring up against them, coming in and out the turns, over the log. There we are. Interestingly, Fitzgerald goes for the little toe tap. I do worry about that. If you've got long spikes on, you could just catch them. Even worse, get stuck on the tree log. But hey, very light on her feet. She's got no problems about that. Drifting around these turns. Well, it's a pleasure to watch, isn't it? Fitzgerald, she's one of the best in Europe. Would have been interested to see how she fared at the World Cross Country Championships as well. There's that second log jump. Gonna be interested to see, you know, she hasn't got anyone to worry about. She's not jostling for position. It just gives you an indication of how far she has on these two behind, Nicholson and Wellstead. Flaherty just stumbling into it. Wow, clearing it. No problem at all. There we are. What technique you go for, hey? You would hope that a few of these athletes kind of practice, you know, this log jump when they're in their warm-up, perhaps doing their little course recce when they get here. Brighton Phoenix athlete smoothly over, safely over as well. They're going to come up to a second one. And like I said, they're kind of, you look at it when you're walking the course, you go, I'll be absolutely fine. But when you are flat out, pedal to the metal, and you've got a lot of fatigue in those legs, oh, these jumps can break your rhythm. They really can. So, second log for most of these women. Cardiff AC, Molly Lyons in there, 5th England Athletics over the 5K, 10th last year at this very event in the Cardiff Cross Challenge. She looks to be sitting quite comfortably in 5th or 6th at the moment as Lyons. So there we are, you can see it's affecting a lot more of the women a little bit further back in this race, isn't it? These logs causing them a little bit of trouble. Some just gliding over it. Maybe there's a few steeplechasers among them. It's good to see cross-country throwing a lot of different obstacles and challenges at these athletes. It's not just, and that's one thing they've done so well here at the Welsh Capital. They've grown this event. They've capitalised on every opportunity that has come their way. It's now a gold label cross-country, the only one in the country. But you know, the course design, you know, I always think it doesn't take a genius to design an exciting cross-country course. Make it spectator-friendly. And look at this, you know, Inns Fitzgerald, she's going to have people watch her all the way through this twisted section. She's going to do 2 or 3 switchbacks as well. So it's easy to see. You know, the cameras are picking it up, no problem, for us on the stream and you at home as well. But that's the key thing, isn't it? I always think, put the spectators first, the athletes can come second. You know, they'll run whatever course you tell them. But make it exciting for a spectator. And one thing that is exciting is this battle among Nicholson and Wellstead. Colchester v Blackheath. Pink Socks v Black Socks. Who is going to come out on top? And all race long, Lizzie Wellstead of Colchester, she has kind of just tried to steal a march on Nicholson. Nicholson, perhaps aware she is the younger of the two. She is still in that under-17 age group, and at the moment she does lead the under-17 race. Inns Fitzgerald leading this under-20 race. Lizzie Wellstead in second, and Nicholson, who is in third in this race. She is the first under-17 home, so that gives you a bit of context to how well she is running amongst these under-20s. Fitzgerald is going to come along this straight now. She's heading towards that copse of trees. She's into the final kilometre of this race, and she just looks supreme. Looks like a mere training run for her at this stage in the season. One would presume that as well. Although, you know, it's Cardiff Cross Challenge used to be in October. Used to get some quite different results But now, 2 weeks out from Liverpool, athletes are going to be absolutely primed. They're going to be nearing their best shape. They're going to be peaking for this one. This is their last hard run out pre-Liverpool. But Nicholson is just not going away. Wellstead cannot shake her on this course as they glide round that tree. They're starting to pick their line. Nicholson certainly looks like she has the better line, the greener grass, if you like. I expect that to get a bit turfed up later on in the day. And Fitzgerald now, a grimace or a smile. She knows one pace, and that is just max effort. She is lethal over the cross country. She is on a 2 or 3 year, I believe, unbeaten streak on the country. If you take out, that's domestically, I must add, obviously 4th at the European Cross Country Championships last year. She'll be looking to win that this year, I'm sure. She'll be hungry to win it. She looks up, she'll be able to see the girls. She is grinding, she is working hard, and this is the thing, she's going to have to. She wants to compete for top spot in Europe early December. That's going to take a lot more out of her, you could say. Ins Fitzgerald then gliding herself round the corner. Fantastic running. Exeter Harrier. We've become accustomed to this type of performance from her. We've grown used to it. She's going to get the applause down the home straight. She can relax. She can enjoy this moment. But you know what? She's a competitor. There's one thing that drives her, and it's just her against her. And that's how it's been for a number of years now, domestically at least. But here she is to break the tape at the Cardiff Cross Challenge, 26th edition. Ins Fitzgerald, Exeter Harrier. Fantastic display, and look at the margin she has on the rest of the field. Hands aloft, there's no doubt about it. Great running from Fitzgerald. Her coaching team will be very happy with that. Look at this, the battle for second place then. Eliza Nicholson, she's got the under-17 race wrapped up. That's the lady in the pink socks and the black Ethan Bromley vest in black there. She sits in 3rd in the race. Lizzie Wellstead, perhaps a bit of pride. She knows she's the older of the two. She's going to get 2nd in this under-20 race. But can she get 2nd in the overall race as well? It certainly looks like that. There's a slight rise before they just drop off down the hill into the finish. But Wellstead has measured her effort very well over this last lap or so. She's been under pressure from Nicholson the whole way. But I tell you what, Nicholson going to be very, very happy with her performance. Looking ahead to Liverpool Cross Country in 2 weeks' time. Wellstead will have an eye on that team as well. But look at this, Nicholson fighting back. Can she get there? Oh, not quite, I don't think. Lizzie Wellstead 2nd. Eliza Nicholson 3rd. Winner of the under-17s, I may add. There we are. Well, through comes the Cardiff AC runner as well, Molly Lyons, 10th last year, so she's improved on that. Fantastic running from her. Patience Lamb as well, Reconsaw Valley. 5th over the 3,000 metres at the English schools. Good top 10 finish here. So trying to look out for a few more under-17s as well. So there's going to be a few of them coming through. There's a Windsor Slough and Eden Best. That's a fantastic run from them. Get it right amongst it. Look like Rachel Clutterbuck that. Ashimuna Kings, the Westbury Harrier. Reading AC, great run from them. Polly Haldane. And there was Powell, Evie Powell of Abingdon, Irene County's champion last year, the under-17 athlete, so a little bit further down the field than perhaps she would have liked. Good to identify her crossing the line. As they streak in now, all fighting for position. Next event on the circuit is going to be under-15 girls and then the under-15 boys, and that is before we turn our attention to some senior action. So 2 under-15 races, and quite short in fact. Under-15s usually accustomed to racing over 4.5k, similar to these under-17, under-20 women, but here in Cardiff they're going to race over just over 3,000 meters, one big lap, and that is going to be fast and ferocious, I can assure you of that. So if you're just joining us, this is the climax of the under-17, under-20 women. Ince Fitzgerald, no doubt about to win a dominant display. Lizzie Wellstead in third, Lizzie Wellstead in second, Eliza Nicholson in third, but first overall in that under-17 age category. And the sun's gone in here at Cardiff, but it's still very dry out on the course. Nice conditions. The athletes can't complain too much. It's cutting up slightly, it's soft underfoot, but it's not particularly muddy. Cardiff Met athlete just crossing the line now as well. There is, within the Gwent League, there is the Welsh University Championships. Cardiff Uni often go up against Cardiff Met at the old Gwent League, but that'll be more apparent in the senior races. So, yes, keep an eye out on that. I'll give you the breakdown. Okay, then these under 15 girls, 12:50, they're due off. So 6 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a quick cup of tea and return to the action, because we're almost coming up to halfway in the race calendar. 13 races here at the British Athletics Cross Challenge for primary school athletes. They kick-start the day around about 11 o'clock, all the way up to those seniors who are going to end the day at 2:55. Those senior men are due to go off. But perhaps one of the most exciting parts of today is those mile races, the introduction of the short course. You know, it's making a resurgence, it's making a comeback. And we look forward to those kicking off at 25 past 1 for the women and 35 past 1 for the men. A great running from all these under-17s, getting a good taste of it. The distance goes up, and it's tough for these under-17s being mixed in with the under-20s. They kind of meet in the middle when it comes to the distance, 4.5 kilometers. Perhaps the under-17s would be used to running a little less than that. It's a big jump as well for them if they're coming up from that under-15 age group, because they're used to running about 3K, just over, as an under-15, and then you're asked to run, you know, an extra mile or so. It can be quite a big jump, especially at this age group, but you know, they'll be working hard, they'll be getting the mileage in. Ready to see Cardiff University student there coming across the line. Great university culture here in Cardiff. I can speak from experience. Shout out to Cardiff Met as well, just crossing the line. So there you are, there's the timetable in front of you. Under 15 girls will be up next, under 15 boys as well, exactly the same circuit, one big lap. And then you've got those senior women and senior men mile races, and then senior women, under 20 men, and then senior men to crown off the day, which actually isn't on the screen at the moment. So plenty of action still to come. Things hotting up. And it was fascinating to watch that under-17, under-20 women's race, because, yeah, you know, that's an age group where they're going to be fighting for GB spots in 2 weeks' time. And so they'll be comparing themselves against each other. For some of them, it's just, can they replicate that performance they had today? For others, they've got 2 weeks to go away, improve, get back into some training, and freshen up, ready for Liverpool. we go then. Time for these under 15 girls to get going. They wait anxiously ahead of them. 4.5 kilometres around these Llandaff Fields, these famous fields. 26th edition of this Cardiff Cross Challenge. It is a fantastic venue and a fantastic event. It's gone from strength to strength. Credit to Welsh Athletics, credit to James Williams, the CEO, and everyone involved, because they have done a terrific job in organising this event. So just to recap that previous race, it was Inns Fitzgerald and Lizzie Wellstead and Jess Bailey. They were your top three in the under 20s race. I know Eliza Nicholson sandwiched herself amongst the medals, but she won the under 17 race, so she'll get her own nice shiny gold medal. And live results on Open Track. So do check in with Open Track to keep an eye on everything that's going on. And it's just started to cool down a little bit here. Like I said, sun's gone in. Sun's gone in. It was a beautiful sunny morning. Kids probably had it best. I'll tell you that. Okay then. Here we go. Moments away from the start of the under 15 girls. And off we go then. Nice clean start. Charge of the Light Brigade, as some would say, and it is a charge. One lap, 3 kilometres, 3.2 kilometres ahead of them. We'll try and identify a few. Goodness me, there's no doubt about the lady up front at the moment. Rugby and Northampton Athletic Club. Doing very, very well. We've got another Reek and Saw Valley athlete, Sean Evans, in here. Hayley Dallas as well. Strathern Harriers, 4:34 over 1,500 metres. Incredibly good running that. But Olivia Forrest, watch out for her. She's the leader over 1,500 in the UK, 4:26. And something about her, she's running for the Brentwood Beagles, which is a red and blue vest. But an interesting stat, she's already run 66 races in 2023. She's there. You can see her with the odd socks, pink and yellow. That is her dead centre, I will confirm for you. There's another Exeter Harrier vest in those pink socks. And do you know what? Inns Fitzgerald has started a bit of a cult when it comes to these long socks. You know, we saw her in the under 20 race, and I think these under 15 women will look at her and go, I want to be Inns. I want to be that good. And so I think they've all gone out and bought some socks. So if you are a sock company, think about sponsoring Inns Fitzgerald, because there is clearly a knock-on effect down the age groups here. But there she is then, Olivia Forrest. There she is, one pink, one yellow sock, 132 in second place. Alongside her as well, 162, that's Olivia Steer for Exeter Harriers. Cracking runner herself, Steer. And again, whenever you see that Exeter vest now, you start to take it a little bit more seriously, don't you? Inns Fitzgerald always put that club, or has put that club, on the map. But she's the leader. Fastest in the country over 1,500, Olivia Forrest. She was 4th at National Cross Country Champs and the UK Inter-Counties last year. That was when she was a year young. She's now the top in her age group. Of course, every age group is two school years. And, or spread across 2 school years, shall I say. So, all these athletes, just like I said, when you move up to the under-17s or the under-15 age group, you're a year young. And that makes a difference at this age. It really does. You know, you look at, you know, how quickly some of these teenagers can develop. Makes a big difference. Blimey, look at the margin and the gap, and you could just see, this is great images now. We haven't seen this section of the course. This is they come up that first initial hill, they then drop down, and this is the turn they take. And look, it's slippy. It's cutting up on that turn, and they've got a slight incline again before they then drift down that downhill section over on the far side. A few of these guys having a little bit of problems on this turn, and I'll tell you what, that's going to make things interesting for those senior races later on this afternoon. But good Lord, Forrest is just tanking along. I mentioned before, 66 races so far this season. She's probably going to do plenty more as the winter unfolds, and she's an athlete of everything. Can't imagine she has too much time for training with that many races. Swansea Harrier there, looking up for her, Libby Hale. She's second on the UK rankings over 1500. So, you know, the two top 1500 meter runners in the country, they're going head to head here at Cardiff. And Forrest wants to stamp her authority. There's only a second between them over 1500 meters. However, at the moment, there's probably a couple seconds on this cross-country circuit. Whether it will remain like this, we'll see. Can Hale measure her effort a little bit more? Can she try and close that gap late on? Like I said, this is the more technical part of the course. It's the hardest section. There's a few ups and downs. Nothing too crazy, but it just saps you. Saps your energy. Takes it away from you a little bit. Just takes the sting out of the pop out of your legs, to be honest with you. It's some great images now. A little bit further down the field, these ladies negotiating the first, coming up to that mile marker. So, Ailey Dallas as well, looking up for her. Strathern, 4:34, 1500 meters. There's a few super talents in here. Olivia McGee, identified her, rugby in Northampton. She's in third. She won the English schools 1500 meters. We'll pan back to the front in just a moment. Fifth over the cross country. And about now is the age where you start to identify as more of a track runner or more of a cross country runner. And Olivia McGee probably is one of those athletes who, well, definitely if you won the English schools over 1500, you would count yourself as a track runner, that's for sure. However, Forrest is the leader at the moment. She negotiates that log very, very well. Here comes Hale, and here comes McGee. McGee needs to be careful. Tall, rangy stride. You can see why she's so good over the 1500 meters with a stride like that. The rest of her giving chase to McGee. They'll know who she is as well. She'll be a bit of a target, bit of motivation for those behind her. Kitty Scott goes in this as well. Look at her, Aldershot Farnham District. It's Violet Rudkin of Reek and Saw Valley. She second at the English Schools Championships and the England Athletics Championships over 1500 Rudkin. So that's the blue vest of Reek and Saw Valley. So we've got some huge talent, and actually, you know, oh, and that's the first fall of the day. That's unfortunate. Bristol and West athlete up on feet. Going to carry on going. That's the spirit. No time to feel sorry for yourself out on the course today. That's cross country. You learn, you move on. And that's why these logs are here. They're to make it hard for the athletes, but they're also to provide a little bit of entertainment for us watching on as well. And it's a little bit like the steeplechase on the track. You seem to get a cluster of crowd around these key points on the course. A few of them. Do you know why? The other side of that log is really cutting up a little bit, and it's just, you know, what was once sure footing, the other side of that log isn't anymore. But Forrest, what a display. Well, we just saw Ince Fitzgerald dominate that under-20 women's race, and Olivia Forrest seems to be doing exactly the same here. She's over on the far side, around about point F, if you look at that map on the right-hand side. So she's point F. So we've still got a bit of running to do before the finish, but that's a healthy gap, and she doesn't look to be slowing down anytime soon. And just with the intent she went off at, you've got to give it to her. You know, she looks like an experienced and accomplished athlete. And look, if you've done 66 races in a calendar year, you've got to have learned a thing or two over those races, haven't you? So she's accustomed to being in this position, that's for sure. Plenty of wins along the way, but it's an exciting time for her heading into this winter season. This cross-country season. We'll try and identify who is in second. Is it still Libby Hale? Is it Violet Rudkin? Is it Olivia McGee? We don't know. We'll have a check back and a pan back, but just enjoy the moment. Enjoy watching Forrest glide across the course at the moment, because she is just looking supreme and picking her way through the slightly muddier sections. It is getting muddier out there. Do you know what though? It's sticky. It's not a slippy mud. Like we said, the sun kind of took all the water out of the surface earlier on today, but it's just sticky, and that is often much harder terrain. You know, when it's slippy, athletes, they can put 12 mil spikes in, 15 mil spikes in, they can get the grip. But when it's sticky like this, every stride, it's almost like running through sand, becomes very difficult. There's second place, and there's Libby Hale. What we think second place is at the moment. Oh, look at this thing. Violet Rudkin, Reek and Saw Valley. She leads this chase group. And as I say that, overtaken. There's another Brentwood Beagle in there as well. That's a Lincoln and Wellington That's Ella Rose Whitworth. I haven't really mentioned her. She was a length international cross country last year, again, a year down. So she seems to be having a good run. And it looks like McGee is almost up onto the shoulder of Hale. This seems like the most testing part of the course. He's asking a lot of questions of these women. So Whitworth is leading that chase pack. She's got a load of women with her. She's going to have to really lay it down. But Rudkin as well. She first on leg one at the road relays earlier this year as well. That gives us a good indication of the kind of form she's in. But looks like Olivia McGee may have dropped back into 4th place. So it's all changed. We've got Olivia Steer. Is that the Exeter Harrier, the South of England champion? Is that her moving into 3rd place? It's all changed further down the field. But one thing's for sure, there is no questions about the winner in this one at the moment. Olivia Forrest, I say the winner, I should say the leader. Something drastic could happen. It would have to be drastic for her to lose this position as she crowns what is the final U-turn on this course, and she's going to have around about 200-300 meters remaining. Olivia Forrest, this is a mature performance. Look how wide she's having to go on that tree turn now. That's just shows you things are cutting up. She'll be able to pick this line. This part of the course hasn't been run much today. It's probably one of the driest sections of the course. So look at the margin. There you go. There's Libby Hale in 2nd place. Fantastic running. But she's got Libby Hale. She'll have to check her shoulder. She's got a whole host of them closing her down. But Forrest won't have to look back. No doubt about it. She crowns that last turn into the home straight, getting the claps. The crowd acknowledging greatness here in the Welsh capital. The Cardiff Cross Country Challenge. This is the under 15 girls race, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is your long-time leader. She has dominated this race. Olivia Forrest, the Brentwood and Beagle athlete. She's had a fantastic season so far. She's had a fantastic year. 2023 has been kind to her. Do you know what? It's just getting started. This could well be the catalyst to a fantastic career. Olivia Forrest, ladies and gentlemen, your under 15 girls champion. And look at that, no one in sight. Next down the home straight is going to be Libby Hale, though. Cameras are picking her up. She's had a fantastic run as well. The Swansea Harrier, mature performance, gave chase. She's 2nd on those UK rankings to, of course, Olivia Forrest. So she will remain the bridesmaid here today in the Welsh capital. But she'll be happy enough with that performance. Liverpool Cross Country, they may go again in 2 weeks' time and do battle up there in the northwest. But here we are in the battle for 3rd. Oh, look at that. 187, she's just going to take it on the line. Exeter Harrier, they're all flocking through. Olivia McGee, who was in 3rd for a long part of this race, just faded back. The English Schools 1500 meter champion. Maybe question marks over her strength. And there's more Exeter Harriers. I talk about the effect of Ince Fitzgerald and the long socks, but also the effect on her club, you know, encouraging more girls to get involved in cross-country running, in distance running at a young age. And there really are some terrific numbers in this under 15 age group. Somewhat 2,000 athletes due to cross this line today. That's across all 13 races, not just these under 15 girls. That would be something. Goodness. So, as these young girls head over the line, the under 15 boys have got 3 minutes or so until they go off, so there does tend to be a little bit of an overlap. And we've got just a strong field heading into that one. I can confirm. But enjoy watching these young ladies attack the last few moments of their race. And there may be some greatness down there right now, coming across the line at the moment. You just never know what direction these athletes' career are going to go in. Well, here you go then. If you are just joining us, this is the climax of the under-15 girls race. A few of them just coming across the line now. Under-15 boys due off in just a minute or so's time. We'll keep an eye on that. Like I said earlier, a bit of an overlap here. The action comes thick and fast. And that'll be the last of the junior races, and we'll be moving on to those senior races and those miles, which we are very much looking forward to. The introduction of those this year. Of course, third year running the Cardiff Cross Challenge, gold label, IAAF Gold Label World Cross Country Tour. It's third year running it, has had that status, but this year is by far and away attracting the best international fields that we have ever seen.
Ambition. Look at that little story in the middle of it, isn't it?
Looking to come through from all clubs up and down the country, Swansea, Bristol. We turn our attention to these under-15 boys then. Off they go, a nice clean start, a little bit more space than perhaps previous races we have seen. Rickensaw Valley straight to the front to identify a few of these gentlemen. That could well be Sam Ball, actually. 1:72. There's a few of them. Callum Dick, 4 minutes. 4-minute man over 1500, which is just phenomenal. It really is. He's going to run for Giffnock North, and I talk about the impact of Neil Golly again. There's a few more Giffnock North athletes here today, rocking that yellow vest with the blue hoop. Look out for the man at the front, because there is one lad in here, Evan Grime, who I must mention, 354 over 1500. He's coached by his dad, Ian, 5th at the English Schools Cross Country, but did win that schools international match. And those of you who are familiar with you know, under 15, under 17 running, or shall I say inter and junior age category, when it comes to the schools international event, you will know what the SIAB is. And Evan Grime was your winner last year over the country, and that may well be him. 187. He's there, he's decked out in the Adidas kit as the Radley athlete as well, in purple. Looking good. Joe Skanes goes in this as well, 9th at National Cross last year. He's a Blackheath and Bromley Harrier. He's there, dead centre as well, 2:03. And I mentioned Callum Dick of Giffnock North, straight to the fore. He was 3rd at that SIAB match. So the Scottish and English athletes have come up against each other at that schools international match last year. And of course at the UK inter-counties, a couple of Rickensaw Valley athletes, 3 of them in fact. What a group they've got. Terrific talent coming through as they attack this hilly section. And do you know what, this is quite a short course for these under 15s. They're going to run exactly the same distance as the girls did, 3.2 kilometres. For a lot of these lads, well, especially people like Evan Grime, coming from that 1500 metre background, having run 3:54 as an under 15. I mean, not long ago, yeah, even 4 minutes is outrageous for an under 15. We were just talking about Oscar Schofield, the under 17 record indoors with 3:52. Grime's going to run 3:54 outdoors. His dad, Ian, doing a terrific job with him. We're really interested to see how he progresses. These 3 already breaking away. Look, with 2 minutes of running in. But this is where it's going to get interesting. What line do you pick on this part of the course? You know, if you sort of the faster you come down this hill, almost the bigger the challenge to negotiate that corner. So athletes will be, they've walked the course, acknowledging it, learning to put the brakes on at these sections to kind of be able to negotiate that turn quite well. We saw a faller in that previous race in the under 15 girls. That was our first fall of the day, actually. That came at the log section. But look at these 3 then. They seem to be at home up front. Grime checking his shoulder. Looks supreme at the moment, looks very relaxed, does he? And one of the Rickensaw Valley athletes giving chase. There could be Noah Homer, 2nd at the English Schools Cross Country, 3rd in the inter-counties last year. And that's him, dead centre, flowing over the ground in that blue vest of Rickensaw Valley. 2:05 as well, Ethan Skipwith of Winchester. So he's the man in 4th, isolated at the moment, on his own, or seems to be for now, through the early parts, through the early running of this course, Skipwith. But hey, look at this, Joe Skanes moving things along then. He's going to take it to Grime. He's very much the big dog of this age group at the moment. You know, the one to watch. I guess if we compare, he's the Jakob Ingebrigtsen. You know, he's the man who seems to dominate. Not so much on the country though, bit of a track specialist, however. What can he do here at Cardiff? He's now moved up to obviously that top year in his age group. Can he boss it like he did in the summer? Cruises around that turn, and those three have broken away. You just saw them top left of picture. Here's the rest of the field. Looks very strung out already in this under 15 boys race. It shows you the pace they are setting early on, and like I said, you know, we talk about developing and the level some of them can be at. It can be light years ahead of others. That's not to say they're necessarily better. They're better at the moment, but you know, we know a lot could change in this age group, in the under 17 age group, and it's about what you're doing when you're an under 17 that counts. Can you just start setting your career up for the future? If you do want a future in this sport, and I'm sure a lot of these lads do, then enjoy it. They put a lot of time into it during the week. They'll spend a lot of, you know, cold, dark winter nights. Look at the way they just, all three of them, that log isn't even there. Skipped over it. That was he can skip with as well. This one proving a little bit more testing for these gentlemen. As I said, it's cutting up the other side of this log. You can just see it's a little bit boggy, taking a little bit out of them. You've got to be light on your feet when you land, short stride to get straight back into your running. So you are tuning into this under 15 boys. Look at this, Grime. Oh, look at this, Callum Dickton of Giffnock North, third at the Scottish Cross Country Champs. He was third at their schools international behind Grime. He won that day. Skanes in third, and that does look like a little bit of a gap forming. Skanes has got to hang on. He's also got to start measuring his effort at this point. You try and hang on for dear life, and do you risk blowing up? However, over 3 kilometers, I think these men can be pretty sure they're not going to blow up. They're strong enough to handle this distance. Under 15s can sometimes race over 4.5, even 5 kilometers over the cross country, especially when you get to that English schools age group as well. If you step up a year going into the inters, but Grime, he's the man. And he added that singlet with the light blue on the back, black on the front. Tall figure, raking stride. He seems to be the one pressing at the moment. Callum Dick's here for the ride. He's biding his time. He's sitting in behind Grime. That may well just be the angle we've got. He might just be trying to get alongside, feeling each other out. And I said earlier in the program, it's how you negotiate these turns. It's how you respond on these sections. It's really hotting up in these under 15 boys race, and they're what, 7 minutes of running in, 3 kilometers. Expect them to have, well, they've got about 3 kilometers left, about a kilometer of running. So it's Evan Grime, coached by his dad Ian, 3:54 over 1500. 5th at the English schools cross country last year. He's going to try and do better here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. These two fighting for those medals, fighting for that prize money as well. Skanes in third though, he's not going anywhere. Here's Joe Skanes of Blackheath and Bromley. He's content to hang in there and maybe just pick off one of these two. If they use up their energy, they've been toe-to-toe the whole race, and Skanes has just had a measured effort. He hasn't had to respond, he hasn't had to surge. It's a bit Mo Farah-esque back in the day. Mo Farah in those Olympic 10,000 meter finals wouldn't get involved in the surges, but he'd be there at the end, he'd be there at the finish, and that's what counts, and that's what Joe Skanes looks to be doing now. Skipwith looks like he's falling back into 5th place, being overtaken, but still neck and neck, Grime and Dick, as they now head for home. They'll approach that crop of trees, and is that point B on the map? Apologies, I think it's point G on the map to the right of picture, so that's what they're approaching. So, you know, once they hit that copse of trees, they literally have about 300 meters of running left, and these lads have been inseparable. And perhaps that shows, you know, the kind of distance they're running. 3.2k I mentioned before. They're used to more. Noah Homer panning back to him, the Reconsaw Valley man, having a terrific run. But when is Grime going to make his move then? He's the better on paper, he's the faster on paper, he's beaten Dick multiple times before. He knows how to do it. Can he do it today, or is this the time? Callum Dick stamps his authority and beats Evan Grime. Grime also, by the way, running for Salford Harriers and Athletic Club, that is his home club, so shout out to them. He's not wearing their kit today. It's always worth mentioning the club who have developed this young man. But look at that, Dick seemed to negotiate that turn a lot better than Grime, but is that just our camera playing tricks on us? It looks like it. Grime has stolen a little bit of a march. This is about that point when you're doing your course recce, you go, yeah, when I get to this turn, I'm off. That's my run for home. And Grime is showing, and he's demonstrating. Look at him go. Well, 354 over 1500 is just an under 15 boy. It is no joke at all. And this sprint finish isn't either. Callum Dick is going to have to hang in there for second because he's got a battle on his hands with Skeins. They're both 4 flat runners over 1500, so goodness me, trying to call it between them two is going to be awfully difficult. But look at Grime into the finish. Can he hold on? I'll tell you what, Dick's coming fast down the hill. But it's going to be Evan Grime, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to take it. Cruises through in the end. He made a hard surge. Then kind of came off the gas. Looks behind. Victory for him. Not convincing, but good enough. Dick second and Skeins in third. And another Giffnock North man coming through for fourth by the looks of things. That's a fantastic run from him. Making the trip worthwhile. Apologies, that won't be fourth. That will be Skipwith from Winchester, who's going to come across in fourth place. The Giffnock North lad will be in sixth. Well, there we go. A couple Wrekin Saw Valley athletes coming through. Sam Collins of Wrekin Saw. And there's Noah Homer. He comes across, so his teammate Collins taking him down today. Second in the English schools last year, Homer. Perhaps be a little bit disappointed with that performance here in Cardiff. And there we are, the battle for the minor places, the battle for pride. I always think you've got to win your sprint finishes. You just stamp that into, drill that into yourself when you're young. You have no problem when you're a senior. If you make a habit of beating people on the home straight, winning those little battles, you just back yourself later on in your career and you'd never lose a sprint finish. You know, sprint finishes, they are a habit. Everyone's tired at this stage in the race. I do truly believe it comes down to who wants it most at this point. You know, like I said, it's not like a sprint finish in a track race. Cross country's different. We saw Lennon outkick Schofield in that under-17 men's race, and it's just about who wants it more, who's got the strength laid on, who can get those legs going as fast as they can. It's easy just to jog it in, and that's something none of these lads are doing out here today, these under-15s. Phenomenal running by all. And that wraps up the last of your kind of junior races. We're going to have the under-20 men later on, but the rest is just senior races to come here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge, British Athletics Cross Challenge, the first one in this series. So the next event on the circuit, you've got 10 minutes or so, just under. 1 is going to senior women's mile, and we know, of course, the British Athletics team will be sending a relay team out to Brussels, and it's a good opportunity. This, you know, that mile race, you know, Welsh Athletics putting on this event, we're like, do you know what, there's no other opportunities for athletes to practice a cross-country mile, and it's a lot different than a track mile. It really is, and I actually think the person who will come out on top in these mile races will be the strongest athlete of them all, and it will probably be the person who would finish the highest if there was a you know, if there was a distance, if there was a 10k cross country, to be honest with you, because I just think you've got to be able to negotiate this soft ground, and you know, running fast over soft boggy ground is a lot different to running fast on a track. And you know, a lot of track runners work on that plyometric, work on that ground contact time, and really driving, using the track, pushing off it, but that's not going to help you out here in these conditions, that's for sure. So it's going to come down to that leg strength. But it's great to have these mile races in the fixture, like I said, but it also makes it easier for selectors when they're looking at form. But you know, it gives athletes a nice chance to practice some tactics ahead of Liverpool, ahead of those European trials in 2 weeks' time. But the top two past the post will represent Great Britain at the European Cross Country Championships. So there you have it. We've just wrapped up the under 15 girls and boys races, and we'll be moving on to the senior women's mile.
Hi, you join me course side with Steve Vernon, Head of Endurance for British Athletics. Steve, Cardiff cross country, what an absolutely great day it's been thus far.
Absolutely brilliant, and as always the sun's shining. I don't know what you do down here in Cardiff, but you always make sure you bring the weather, so that's good to see.
We've moved from our traditional date in October to November. We're 2 weeks out of those Liverpool European cross-country trials. It's a busy year for British Athletics teams. Obviously European cross-country pre-Christmas and then World cross-country after Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect opportunity, 2 weeks out from the trials, for people to show form. It's a really good opportunity for those head-to-head clashes. And I think in 2 weeks' time, it's going to be similar conditions, quite muddy out there today, and perfect prep for the European Cross, which will be a mud bath in Brussels.
And the fact it's part of the World Athletics, cross-country tour as well, gold label, that really does bring international athletes to test our best, the likes of Jessica Warner-Judd. We've got Mark Scott in the senior men's as well. That must excite you as well.
Yeah, and I think it gives them a good test. At this time of year, often we've just had domestic battles, but you've got athletes from all over Europe and East Africa that's going to give them a really good challenge. So I think at this time of year, why not?
And we've got the sports shoes and Nike cross-country miles coming up. Obviously, Britain have been hugely successful in those European champs in the mixed relay. This, again, is a really nice stepping stone to those European trials.
Yeah, and there's not many opportunities to race over a mile on the grass and on the mud. So I think this is a good test for people, and also another opportunity to get a short race in.
Awesome. I'm sure you'll be course side cheering those runners on. If you want a guest spot in the Gwent League, we can still find you a spot if you wanted to.
I think my spikes are rusty, mate, I'm afraid. Thank you, though.
Thanks again, Steve. Thank you very much.
Well, great words there from James E and Steve Vernon. Of course, Steve Vernon, Head of Endurance at UKA. Fantastic cross-country runner in his day as well. I'm sure he'll be very much enjoying himself out on the course this afternoon. Expect to see him up at Liverpool in 2 weeks' time as well. And of course, he'll have a bit of a headache. He'll be advising to help him pick that GB cross-country team. And of course, later on in the season, they'll be looking to pick that world cross-country team. So here we go then, senior women's mile, the action going to come thick and fast, and this means something now. It really does. We've seen the juniors, they've run fantastically, they've provided us some great entertainment, but you could say this is the slightly more business end of the fixture. So, Sports Shoes Mile, kindly sponsoring this mile event again. Like I said, James Williams, CEO of Welsh Athletics, said, you know what, we're 2 weeks out from Liverpool, why not give these athletes a chance to get on the start line, practice what it's like to do a cross-country mile, so they can prepare for the trial in 2 weeks' time in Liverpool. So often, they don't have any opportunities to practice a cross-country mile, and you turn up at Liverpool and you haven't got any experience over the distance, and you can't have any takeaways. But I was mentioning before, I think the strongest lady on the day will win this race. It doesn't matter how good you are on the track, running on, you can see it's very soft, it's sticky, it's sapping out there on the course, and that's really going to affect those. In fact, you know, those track runners who do rely on good footing and a good toe drive and whatnot off the track, I think they might even be at a disadvantage here. But I could be proven wrong. Let's have a look who we've got in this field. We're going to have a few walk forwards. Holly Archer, well, European silver medalist indoors a few years ago, 4:07 for 1500. There she is. Little bow to the camera. And she's someone who will look at that, you know, GB team to make that relay team in 2 weeks' time as a serious goal. She wants to get back in that GB vest. Like I said, previous European 1500 meter silver medalist. There we are, Alex Shipley then, Bucks Indoor 1500 meter second placer. As well, second over the steeplechase outdoors 4:15 for 1500 on the outside. Hannah Cameron, Scottish outdoor 800 meter silver medalist in 2023, 19th in the short course at the Scottish Cross Country Championships. Now that was just last week, so maybe that's an indication of the form she's in. She'd expect to be higher than that at the short course Cross Country Championships. And look at that, you can see their stance is a lot more aggressive, isn't it, for the mile than it is for a 10k cross country. So away they're going, a lot more space on the course for these ladies. They're going to be able to pick their line. It's going to be fast and ferocious. A slight downhill section at the start. They were going to round this turn. Lauren Church there up front, she's in the pink as well. Emma Howsham of Reading AC. Look out for Hannah Owen, typically a 10,000 metre runner, but great to see her over the mile distance here at Cardiff, coached by James Thee, just like Holly Archer is now, by the way. So that's a little bit of insight for you at home. But well, there won't be any separation till very, very late on, one would presume. And that is just purely down to the lack of distance these ladies are going to run, obviously, over the mile. And I don't think it's going to be interesting to see what tactics are even adopted. I think, you know, you tend to just want to run hard, don't you? And see if you can hang on. I think you just have to stay in contention when it's this short. So I think they're going to get some good footing. So you're going to do one small lap and an extension. What that extension is, I don't know just yet. But there's the map to the right of screen. So bunch of women at the moment. A lot of pink in there, and the athletes in pink is because they're representing sports shoes. It is the sports shoes sponsored mile. They've done terrific at putting on race. They put on the Home Nations 5K. In fact, it's worth mentioning that Shipley to the left of picture in the pink ran very, very well there in August. 16:09 over the road for 5,000 meters, on the roads over 5,000 meters. I do apologize. Look at this, Hannah Owen. What I mentioned before, I did say that, you know, even though it's a mile on the country, it does favor the distance runners. It favors the stronger athletes out there. And Holly Archer, training partner, will give chase as well. She's been in Font Romeu. And Owen, it is reported she was ill during the week, so it's great to see her attacking it early on. And sometimes I think she just, you know, when you're a distance runner, you think, God, how bad can it be? I'm used to running over 10,000 meters. I'm used to doing, you know, 25 laps of the track and more even. And she goes up that hill like nobody's business. Light work of that steep little incline. So they're going to have a twisty section ahead of them, these women. It was Irwin and Archer. And maybe this will inspire Irwin. I mean, she's someone you'd look at that GB cross country team over, you know, over the full senior women's distance, what, 8-9K. And she'd be looking to make that team. But goodness me, the way she's running this mile, she might fancy a spot in the relay. Holly Archer then giving chase. Hannah Cameron, I said she's accustomed to a short course, 19th to the Scottish short course last week. Lauren Church and Shipley giving chase, so it's all pink at the front of this women's race at the moment. So we try and get some eyes on this race. A lot of switchbacks, a lot of technical turns, perhaps more than actually at Liverpool. Liverpool tends to be, you know, just one big, you know, square circuit almost. And of course, you've got the famous switchback before the finishing straight at Liverpool. Cardiff proving a little bit more of a technical mile, and there's that hill thrown in there as well. So Owen seems to be one of the better ones at negotiating that hill, albeit early on in this race. And I can't believe how much this race is stringing out. It's only a mile, ladies and gentlemen. Hannah Owen has a margin you'd expect to see at the end of an 8,000 meter cross country race. Holly Archer in second. Can she hang on? She's been under the watchful eye of James Thee. So James Thee, you know, as a coach, he's announcing on the day he may well have conquered the cross-country mile. He seems to be the best in the business at getting athletes to perform over this cross-country mile. Hennigan last year, making that GB team, representing GB out at the European Championships in that relay team as well. So he's had some success already, but Irwin, I mean, surely not. She's not going to lose this from here. She's strong. There's no doubt about it. She'll know how much she's got in the tank. You know, if she had company at this point, you'd be questioning her sprint finish. But considering she's got this gap, I'm not sure anyone's going to reel that in. And she is just gliding over the mud, ladies and gentlemen. And oh my goodness, we got a battle for second place. Holly Archer now drifting back to third. Lauren Church in fourth as well. We'll identify that second runner. Could be Molly Butterworth in second, but let's enjoy Hannah Owen. What a dominant display so far in this mile. Is she going to break 5 minutes? That's what we're looking at. Times are irrelevant. They really are. It might not even be a, might be over a mile, might not be a full mile, but goodness me, what a run from Irwin. And like Thee said, pre-race, I asked him, what are her chances, stepping down. It's quite a big step down in distance for her. He said, well, she was unwell during the week. She's just going to roll the dice and see what she's got. But she has absolutely dominated. If you're watching this, if you want to perform at the Liverpool Cross Country Champs, you want to make that relay team in 2 weeks' time, be scared, because Hannah Owen has demolished this field here today, and it's a good field at that. Here she comes across the line, no messing around. Congratulations to Owen, and well, that might well change her plans going forward. Lily Hawkins in second place, coming across the line, and Laura Church is going to nab third here. And will we see those two do battle over the mile at Liverpool in 2 weeks? Holly Archer there, just dropping back from her early position. Hannah Cameron there, Saxon coming through, and they're going to streak through. Shipley just fading back as well. She was up there at the start. And Cardiff Met athlete White just crossing the line. Wow. Well, that was exciting. We got the men to come, so do hang around. 35 past 1. So 5 minutes or so's time. We're going to see the men just do exactly the same. But, well, I mentioned it, didn't I? And perhaps I shouldn't brag so much, but I do think a cross-country mile is very different to a track, and the stronger you are, the faster you're going to run over that surface. And you could just tell the likes of Archer just struggling to really get that drive, a push that's seen her be successful over the track, over the 1,500 meters. It's just a different type of fatigue as well. Okay, well, there's a start list for that men's mile. The Bayou, Newport Harrier, low 340, 1,500 meter runner, like so many of these men actually. Tyler Billiard, what a season he had last year. Dominant 1,500 meter races as well. Ian Crowright set to go, watch out for him, 13:28 over 5,000, and he is someone, 3:41 over 1,500. He might not have your lightning quick 1,500 meter time that some of the others have. Looking at Tom Dodd, finished up at Michigan, but 3:38 man at his best. So Crowright might not have that speed, but given that he's run 13:28 for 5,000, he's going to look at this course. He is down to run the long course as well, the full 9.6 kilometers after this race. But looking at Crowright, I would say he is probably favourite for this. One man to also look out for, Angus McMillan. He won at Mansfield on leg one last week in convincing fashion. Ran around that circuit, that muddy, boggy Mansfield circuit, very, very fast indeed. Dave McMillan, Adam Eade, Chris Fielding, Alex Gruen is a scratch. He won't be running today. Ollie Lill, we saw him at the British Indoors last year. Strong running. Alex Malloy, Jamie Phillips as well, Ed Leach, Forrest Dean, shout out to him. Local club. Dan Brooklyn as well, Windsor, Slough and Eton. Very accomplished 1,500 meter runner as well. Spent a bit of time out at Missouri University over in America. Like so many athletes these days, come bounce off that American circuit. It's great to see them when they do. Then they come back and they compete domestically. They get back to their roots. Well, we are just waiting to pan over to the start of this men's mile. Briefly gone through the lineup. It's, like I said before, yes, Tom Dodd, one to watch. He was under the watchful eye of Matt Yates now, if I am correct. Ben Reynolds, look out for him. Coached by James D. And the reason I say that is because Hannah Irwin's dominant display that we just saw. So he'll have his athletes prepared. So away these men go. Ben Reynolds is going to be in the Cardiff AC vest. You can't miss him. A few Ponty vests out there as well. Also coached by Fee. Is that Fegal Curtin? It might be. Late entry into this one. Marathon man bouncing off of Frankfurt. Maybe getting stuck into a cross-country season. It looks like it is him. And oh, goodness, he's going to be super, super strong. He'll also know these fields very, very well. Will Fegal Curtin. So Dan Brooklyn to the fore as well. Looks like McMillan up front. He's rocking the sports shoes. So there's a few athletes in the white vest, in the light blue shorts. They are the sponsored sports shoes athletes for today. It is their mile. They've done a terrific job of putting on many races up and down the country, I may add, over the year, and they just continue to do more and more, and really kind of, you know, they are growing the sport one race at a time. Chris Barnes and those at sports shoes doing a phenomenal job. But Crowright, dead centre in the blue and the blue top half and the white bottom half vest, black shorts and fluorescent spikes. Alex Malloy, the Adidas singlet as well, tucking in behind Crowright. There's Billiard. You can see him, and we're looking to see McMillan at this point, and I'm not sure I can see him. So no Angus McMillan. It's a shame because he ran phenomenally last weekend at Mansfield, and I thought, you know, he would be a strong favourite for this one, to be honest with you. But can't seem to see him, so that's that. And yes, look out for Fegal Curtin in the Ponty vest, that black and white checkered vest on the outside. He's wearing a t-shirt under his vest.
Podium with Hannah Irwin, winner of that sportshoes.com and Nike Women's Cross Country Mile. Hannah, you weren't very well in the week. We switched to plan B that was going for the mile. I say we because I coach Hannah, but how did you find that, Hannah, having switched to that mile?
Yeah, it was actually really good fun. I sort of expected to be miles out the back, I haven't done any speed sort of like this, but in the first couple of minutes I actually felt really strong, so I just thought I'm going to go to the front, and we had the hill coming up, which I know is my strength, so I was like, just make the most of it, and I just went with it, and yeah, it was good fun.
We've been training on the cross-country course a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. Did that extra kind of experience play?
Yeah, I think so. I think also when we trained on it, it was a lot muddier than this, and I think going into it with a bit firmer, I just knew I could actually run and forget about the mud, so it would definitely help having done some training on it.
So now get healthy, get well, ready for the long course at Liverpool.
Yeah, definitely the long course. I look forward to it.
Brilliant. Well done, Hannah. Hannah Irwin, winner of the sportshoes.com Nike Women's Elite Mile.
Well, there we are. Great words from James, who ironically coaches Hannah, and what a dominant display from the distance start from the 10,000 metre specialist. Hannah Irwin, Commonwealth Games representative as well over that distance. But back to this men's mile, and it hasn't broken up yet. Unlike in the women's race, we've still got 3 or 4 men abreast at the moment. Crowright, I said he was kind of my pre-race favourite, seems to be struggling to hang on to these boys. Tom Dodd, 3:38 man over 1500, looks phenomenal up at the front at the moment. Alex Malloy in there as well. Dan Brooklyn's kind of hanging on, fading back. Fegal Curtin as well. This is going to come down to a sprint to the wire. Adam Eade repping that Abingdon vest. Big shout out to him. Ed Leach fielding in here as well. Phillips, Tuffin and Waterworth. Tuffin is looking to just move things along at the front, and it's all going to be who can make that last move, I think. Unless it's convincing enough to hold the rest of the field up. Dodd's going to give chase. So it's Tuffin and Dodd now. It's the 3 athletes in the sports shoes kit. Alex Malloy, don't count him out. He's going to try and come with a fast finish. It's who could drive through the mud the best at this point. Coming into that downhill. Look at Tom Dodd go. Are you kidding me? He surges to the front. Can he hang on? Oh, that fatigue waves over you real quickly if you're not careful, especially on this terrain. But Tom Dodd, a dominant display. Congratulations to him. He's going to take this mile. He's going to warm up for Liverpool in 2 weeks' time. Billiard is second. Well, that may well be a 1-2 finish that you could see at Liverpool, I must add, and that was impressive. Fiegel-Koenig coming across the line. Crowright jogging across, and look, he's going to line up in that senior men's race in an hour or so's time. Maybe he knows that, and he thought, you know what, race is gone, and I'm going to get ready for that senior men's race now. Ben Reynolds, I did mention him previously, back from Oregon University. Went out there, now under James Steig, fantastic youngster. Can he get back to that promising level that saw him gain that Oregon scholarship? And Remy Adebayo as well, coming across the line just now. And that is your men's mile. Well, if anyone's wondering why they put it on, why we have seen it introduced into this fixture, into this cross-country calendar, that is why. It throws up some seriously exciting races. All change in the last 100, 200 meters or so, and you know what? You just can't call it either. It's incredibly hard to call. You know, Hannah Irwin dominates the women's mile. You wouldn't predict it. You know, 10,000 meter runner, and then we see, you know, Tom Dodd with that finish then 4 abreast again. You know, fantastic run from all. Okay then, well, next up is the senior women, and this, you know, we are now moving on to that World Cross Country Tour. Gold label, of course, 3rd year in a row. We'll start to pan over to the start line and see them all entering the pen over on that far side. And they're due off at 1:45, so a little bit of time, 5 minutes or so. Well, there they all are then. These senior women, anxious to see, ready to get going. There's Megan Keith in shot. Phenomenal cross-country runner. Megan is European cross-country champion last year. Seriously accomplished cross-country athlete, Scotland-based, of course. Olivia Mason there, Carrie Hughes. A few Oxford University students in the background. Look out for them. They've got a massive busload of athletes up here today. It's going to be their trial event for, or selection event for that varsity cross country, which is coming up in 2-3 weeks' time. And of course, this is one of the first races of the day that we are going to see some international athletes who have traveled in from Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Burundi, all over the world to race here on the Llandaff Fields at the Cardiff cross country. So, some of the big names to look out for. They're going to be walked forward. They're going to be brought forward to camera. I will introduce them for you. Lakina Baya, though, goodness me, 2023 Albufeira cross-country champion, and 2022, sorry. And that's the title. If you know that Albufeira cross-country, it's quite a serious event. You've got to be a pretty good talent to win that. But a lot of these Ethiopians and athletes from Burundi as well, they're kind of untested at the moment. We haven't seen it, they're up and coming. So there will be question marks over them, especially question marks how they can handle British cross-country, traditional cross-country, perhaps. So I'm excited to see, what they can do, and, will we see them? Some of them ran the World Cross Country last year. Most of them didn't. And we know what the selection like is for the Ethiopian and Kenyan team. Goodness me. To be exceptionally good to make that team, so it's understandable that they didn't compete out in Bathurst, Australia last year. But look out there as well. There's Anne Lee, the African under 23,000 meter champion. There, she's in the orange to the right of picture. Keith next to her as well. Ellie Wallace, North Somerset athlete, ran pretty well over 5,000 meters last year. But there's Aimbot. Kina from Ethiopia. What can she do here today? Well, we don't know too much about it. There's not that much information out there, but this is one of her, you know, I do know the Ethiopians and the Kenyans were very, very excited coming over here. They said, is it going to be muddy? Is it going to be muddy? It's one of the first times they would have run in mud, believe it or not. So I'll be super interested to see how they do and how they fare. But, you know, excitement, having that adrenaline going is part of it. But look at this thing, gesture. There she is, decked out in the hockey gear. How can we not mention her? What a fantastic season she had last year. 8th at those World Championships over the 10,000 meters. That's seriously impressive. She's a World University champion in her time as well. Jenny Nesbitt, 10th at the Euro Cross Country just a few years ago. Jess Judd was 8th last year at the European Cross Country, may I add. She's looking to, she's a 3-time Liverpool Cross Country champion in the senior women's races. She's looking to add to that this year. So, here we go then. The 26th edition of the Cardiff Cross Challenge is now in its 3rd edition as well of a World Cross Country Gold Label Tour is underway here in Llandaff Fields. The senior women will attack the 6.4 kilometre circuit. It's quite short for some of these women, especially the likes of Jess Judd, used to competing over 10,000 metres on the track, as she's straight to the front of this race. Look at her going. She is so good on the cross. And, you know, given a background, she came from Steph 12 in there as well, by the way. But, you know, started out as an 800-meter run, 2 flat, way back in 2013 as a youngster. And, you know, to predict that she was going to be this dominant over the distance races, I mean, many would have laughed, I think, at that stage. And I think she's even said that herself. But she enjoys it. Her dad has done a fantastic job. Mick Judd sort of nurturing her and, you know, working with her and staying by her side throughout her career. She's had her ups and downs, but she is very much on the up and has been for the last few years. I think that was highlighted this year. What a special moment that was, 8th at that World Championships over the 10,000 on the track. But look at this thing. Alex Millard, Jenny Nesbitt, Izzy Fry, Megan Keith. They're your kind of Brits in contention for top prize today as well. Millard and Fry trained together. Fry leaving that Team New Balance Manchester just this year, actually quite a surprise, but moved herself down to Loughborough, wanted to train alongside Millard and the coaches down there. But Megan Keith, she won't be scared of Judd at this point, especially not this early on in the race. She's a fantastic runner herself. She'll be stepping up to that senior age group very shortly as well. A few others in this race I'm quite excited to see that we maybe haven't mentioned is Mary Mulhare. She was 27th at the Euro Cross Country Championships, so look out for her. I mean, Steph 12 already mentioned her, but she was 2:26 marathon 2019 now, and it's interesting when you see people have success over the marathon, you know, pre-super shoe era almost. Yeah.
So you join me at the podium with the winner of that sportshoes.com Nike men's mile, Tom Dodd. Tom, you're making a habit out of these mile races at the moment.
Yeah.
You must be really delighted with winning today.
Yeah, very delighted. Using this a little bit of prep for Liverpool in 2 weeks' time, so very happy that this went well. Yeah, honestly, the road mile I did was completely new to me. This is also my first time running a mile on grass, so again, very new to me. And I don't like running on grass. I hate cross country, but it was actually really fun, and the finish came way sooner than I expected, which was definitely something I preferred.
So you've answered my question a little bit there in terms of Liverpool's going to be a goal to try and make that mixed relay team in Brussels. In terms of like preparation, obviously going from the road mile to this, you know, how did the race plan out in terms of what happened on the far fields today?
Yeah, so Gunny, my coach, Luke Gunn, he told me try and sit back a little bit, try and wait, and then when I do kick, when I use my final kick, only kick once and make sure I don't have to kick again. So, you know, coming around that last bend into the home straight, I knew I wanted to go down, and I kind of wanted to make sure no one came past me, so I didn't have to go again. And I was kind of expecting people to come past me, but nobody did. So, yeah, I managed to finish strong, and that's definitely a good sign heading into Liverpool.
And will training change much in the next couple of weeks between you and Coach Gunn?
You'd have to ask him. I'm currently on placement, so training is very difficult, doing physio placement. So just trying to juggle it with that and just trying to session when I can session. But yeah, he's got a bunch of very good track sessions lined up, so yeah, we'll see.
Awesome. You beat some fast guys today that are also going to be on that start line in Liverpool. So, Tom, we wish you all the best the next couple of weeks into those trials in Liverpool and hopefully on that plane or train to Brussels in December. Winner of the sportshoes.com Nike Men's Mile, Tom Dodd.
Well, that was James Thie with a very, very happy Tom Dodd, a very impressive run. He won the Sports Shoes Mile in that men's race with a terrific sprint finish. And look at this thing, look at the crowds, the hordes of women who are attacking this this Cardiff Cross Challenge. It's not just the Cardiff Cross Challenge, it's also World Athletics Gold Label Tour and, of course, the John Collins Gwent League as well. That's why we're seeing such depth in women here in the Welsh capital. But Megan Keithin stolen a bit of a march. She doesn't care who she's racing today. She's going to make it hard. Jess Gibbon making awfully hard work of that log there. Well, it's going to catch a few people out, I think, and certainly, you know, the more tired they get, the harder it's going to be. So it's going to be interesting to see how these athletes fare over those logs on the second lap. But look at Keithin. Well, went out to World Cross Countries last year, 52nd in that senior women's race. And you know what, someone like her may have been a little bit disappointed with that. I think it is a bit of a baptism of fire, the World Cross Country. You know, we know British athletes can dominate the European scene, especially over the country, especially in that kind of niche under 23 age. You know, but I think, you know, the World Cross Country is a different ball game. And, you know, you go up against internationals, I think she would have taken a lot of experience from that because she's gone to the front and she's acted like they're not even there. And we've got some talented Ethiopians, some talented Kenyans. I mean, you're not an African 3,000 meter under 20 champion by chance, and that is who she's up against in Asmarek Ainley, in sitting in third at the moment. But Keith is going to make it hard, and that's what she does best at this point. As we scan down further down the field, and a few of them enjoying this stage of the race. What are we, 5-6 minutes into this 6.4 kilometer circuit? You expect the women to be, well, it's bang on 4 miles, isn't it, pretty much? So I expect them to be coming home in just a shade over 20 minutes. That's the speed they'll operate at. I know, hard to believe, but interestingly, Jess Judd just choosing to kind of hold back, and she may have looked at the course and looked how sticky it is and in patches and just sort of biding her time, or, you know, what sort of shape is she in? And we're going to find out. We know she had a terrific track season last year. It was a long season. She started with some terrific half marathons, 67 minutes early on in the spring last year, a serious running over the half, and you know, maybe she had a little bit of time off to kind of reset, but she's here, and she's just biding her time on the back of these ladies. And you know what, interestingly, they're choosing to go single file, and they're giving Megan Keith a little bit of space, and that's got to be hard for Megan, actually, knowing that yes, they're behind, they're not directly on her, so she can't feel how they're running. She can't tell if they're easy, if they're struggling, if she's gapping them on a corner or anything like that. They're kind of just giving her that distance to play with, to toy with her a little bit. So Keith just sticking to her gun, sticking to her rhythm at this stage in the race, as you'd expect. So we're about halfway through this first lap. Well, over halfway, shall I say. They're going to kind of loop round this turn, but that three looked like they're broken away. So Jess Judd, you know, she will be matching herself up against Keith. She will be saying to herself, this is someone who could well dethrone me come Liverpool. She's won it in the 3 previous editions as judge. She was 8th at senior women's last year, and you know, Keith is not to be messed with, and that is someone who will be hungry this year to really win that title and stamp her authority in that senior age group. So she leads Ainbar and Anley at this point. Anley just an under 20. Izzy Fry a little bit further down the field as well. I mentioned her earlier, but she's a World University cross-country champion, and that was last year. We got Cesario, the Italian, in here, but at the moment, Keith, Ainbar and Ainley. And let's see how this plays out. Vindix Toth as well, the Hungarian champion, in here. Will sort of scan to her a little bit further down the field, and there's look at that great pack. Few Oxford University students going neck and neck. Maddie Williams, shout out to her. Both looking to bid their spot at the Varsity Cross Country Championships, represent Oxford, become a full blue. Of course. But Keith back to the front of this race, stolen a bit of a gap, and you know what, we're coming up to that halfway marker, and she looks very, very comfortable at the moment. She's asking questions of these internationals. Well, they've come over here. I've heard they were excited for the mud. They might have a different opinion on the mud at the moment, but they're creeping up on Keith now, and it's going to be interesting to see how they are, you know, negotiate that turn. Don't look to negotiate it anywhere near as well as Megan Keith, to be honest with you, and she just looks supreme. And Judd out there is, you know, the questions are being asked of Judd. Keith, Ainbar and Ainley then. That's Brett Ainley, or she's one to watch. I always think, you know, under 20 athlete, Africa champion over the 3,000. She's sort of untested, hasn't ran many times outside of Ethiopia. They'll be enjoying this international experience. They'll be, you know, gaining it, using, learning it from it. Of course, travel, big factor coming from those countries. You hear some horror stories, don't you? Well, especially in this day and age. The way our airports are operating, the way our travel is operating in the UK, but everyone looks to have made it to Llandaff Fields okay. Huge depth in this senior women's race. Look at them all. That just gives you a little bit of context, and it's so good to see. You know, we know the road scene is booming, but cross country is very much still the heart of our sport. Always provides us excitement through the winter months. It is a true test of endurance, in my opinion. And I tell you what, Megan Keith has that in abundance. She is just pushing and pushing and pushing. She would have took one look at this course of what, 6.4K. You know, I could do that in my sleep. She had a terrific track season. She broke 15 minutes for the first time at the London Diamond League. Remember that performance? It was an absolute stellar performance indeed. So she is worthy to be in this class, and I hope she goes on to win this race. Sorry if that's a little bit biased, but look at the way she is just taking it to these women behind her. Ainbar and Ainley, they're not going to go anywhere though. They will work hard, they will fight, they are experienced at that. They train in large packs in Ethiopia. They're used to hanging on for dear life to whoever's up at the front, pushing the pace, you know, men or women, that is. This, a few vet men mixed in with this as well. That's Molly Skill of Oxford going through the camera. Good running from her. Rihanna Patton as well, the Westbury Harrier, looking very strong. Ella Fryer playing a bit of a patient game for Oxford. So lots of university students going up against Cardiff University here as well. Lots of clubs in the Gwent League. Swansea Harriers as well. That's a Brecon Vest. Exeter Harriers, Westbury Harriers going through. Ponty, but here we are back to the front then. Judd, well, she's back in fifth. And maybe she's, you know, biding her time. She's still got 2 weeks to prepare for Liverpool, but she, after this race, if Keith beats her in this dominating fashion, she'll be a little bit nervous going into Liverpool. But, you know, I think when you are at that level, you do have one eye on the European cross-country championships, and that isn't for 4 weeks. So, you know, Judd might be looking at that and thinking, I want to do some serious damage come the Europeans, whereas Keith, you know, seeking that Liverpool title, wants to be crowned the best in Britain in 2 weeks' time. Here we go then, it's looking interesting. How are they going to respond to the mud, to the hill? Slightly wider line on this turn. Can you accelerate off it? Can you use the downhill? Keith does exactly that. Every turn she gaps them. And you know what? As Marick Ainley is, you know, questions are being asked her, as Jess Given just to the bottom of right going through. Neve Britton Hubbard there, the Blackheath vest alongside Jenny Nesbitt. She's in third place at National Cross Country Challenges. Neve Brown, Ellie Wallace, Olivia Mason. These are very, very talented domestic athletes on the cross-country circuit, on the track circuit as well. Look at Keith negotiating this muddy section. This for me is where you break people. If she doesn't break them now, I'm not sure she ever will on this course, because they're going to have a chance to gather themselves on the flat. And, you know, there's an elastic band there. She really has just got to get away from these two behind, let them battle for second. She's strong enough to hang on in this race. There's Olivia Mason, Border Harrier, going past shot and thinning out a little bit. There's clearly top 10, quite a gap back to that chase back. Almina Rurka as well. Carrie Hughes representing on running back there. But so how big is this gap now? She enjoyed the hill, she enjoyed the twisty section, Dick Keith. She's piling on the pressure. She wasn't bluffing when she hit the front early on. You know, 3 minutes into this race, she really took it by the scruff of the neck, and thought she might be, you have to be a little bit more cautious, maybe play a little bit more of a canny game. She didn't want to do that. That's not her. No chance. But she's just been testing, trying to break those two behind all race long. And I'd said before, every turn she gets a gap. Nowhere near as good at sort of negotiating the turns, negotiating the mud as Keith. Look, trains up in Scotland, she'll be used to this sort of course. Absolutely, we've seen some of the conditions those Scottish cross-country races have thrown up. Goodness me. There's Judd coming past picture back in 5th. Izzy Fry is going to give chase. She'll gain confidence, Fry, from seeing the likes of Jess Judd up ahead. Alex Millard, training partner. And there's Jess Gibbon as well. And there's the 8-time Hungarian champion, Toth, just going past the screen. Lee Britton Hubbard, Blackie Vest, Jenny Nesbitt, there's Burundi athlete, Nima Kunzenzi, Lee Brown, Ronnie Brewer, Ellie Wallace as well, Olivia Mason. Who else is going to come through shot? That's about it. That's your top 10. But Aimbar looking to struggle for the first time. She's been the one all race kind of bridging the gap, trying to hang on to Keith. What can Keith do over this little log? She skips over it. Oh, they didn't like that, the Ethiopians. Not quite as much, and Keith again steals a bit of a march. 10, 15 meters she's got on Aimbar and Ainley, and she'll know that. She won't be able to hear them now at this point. She'll be listening to their breathing. She'll know that, although they are awfully light on their feet, the Ethiopians, they do so much drill work, they train up in the hills, so much footwork, so much ground contact time to really condition those tendons, those ankles, you know, and you look at their upper body and it doesn't move, you know, they are so not just aerobically fit, but physically conditioned to handle, you know, courses like this. Izzy Fry choosing that wide line on that hurdle. It's getting slippy the other side of that. Jess Gibbon just negotiating it as well. Well, when they turn right round this corner, we're going to get a true indication of that gap, and Megan Keith is throwing it down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 6.4 kilometers, and she's virtually raced flat out from the off. They've probably got a mile to go at this point on your map. They've just gone past point E, top right of picture. And Aimbar and Ainley now, are they going to start thinking about second place? Are they going to start thinking, because you know what, there's some serious prize money up for grabs. Not only will Keith sweep the £250 British prize money, if she wins this, she's going to walk away with $2,000 for winning that IAAF gold label cross country. And more importantly than that, there's points up for grabs. Look, the match is very complex. I'm not sure quite how much, you know, winning a race like this is worth. However, it can boost you up those 10,000 meter rankings on the track, because that is what IAAF are going to look at. Whether British Athletics will look at that come the summer, or that's a chat for another day, that's for sure. Steph Twirling, incredible athlete, negotiates that log very well. But you know, on British Athletics and their selection policies, you know, we got the world. Not only have we got the European cross countries this winter, we got the World Cross Country as well, and they're going to pick it off where athletes come to Europeans. They're going to pick it off the home countries, international, that they're going to have in January, and they're also going to pick it off of the inter-counties cross-country as well. So, you know, it's not going to be one definitive race what athletics will, British Athletics will use to choose athletes for the World Cross-Country Championships, which, again, makes things very, very confusing. But here we are then, further down the field, as we pan back to Megan Keith up front, and look, you know, she looks super strong now. She was testing them over that technical section. I said if there's a chance to break them, it was on that section, because, you know, they're going to be able to hang tough. They're going to be able to rally at this point in the race. You're coming up to a kilometre to go. Even if you're hurting, you can rally at this point. But Keith just broke them at the right time. She's screeching ahead now. Aimbar sat in second all race, and goodness me, I can't help but think, is Asmarak Ainley, the African under-20 3,000 metre champion, is she just biding her time? Is she going to out-sprint Aimbar? Well, it's an interesting battle for the minor places. However, given we are here in Cardiff, in the Welsh capital, and this is a British Athletics stream, we can get excited about Megan Keith and what she is doing here. She is leading this race. This is a battle for second and third if you are just joining us. Keith just flowing across the ground. The crowd getting a good look at her. And this is something the organisers have done so well at the Cardiff Cross Country. And they designed a course which is spectator friendly. You get a good eye of the athletes the whole way around this course. There's Steve Vernon. Look at him. Head of endurance, giving her a good old cheer. Megan Keith. He'll know what he's watching right now. He'll be very, very impressed. Cross country legend in the UK, multiple-time national cross-country champion. Obviously headed up that New Balance Manchester team for a while as well. There's Esther Jones of Oxford coming across screen, having a good run, enjoying herself out there, no doubt. Someone who is enjoying himself is indeed Keith. Sponsored by New Balance. And for me, she's announcing herself on a world-class level here. She really is. Not just the fact that she's, beating some Ethiopians, but, she's also throwing it to Jess Judd, and that is someone who is 8th in the world over the 10,000 metres. Someone who was 8th at the European cross-country last year, someone who's established over the distance races, and it's not like she doesn't like the country. She's a phenomenal cross-country runner, is Judd. But today, Keith is better, and she's better than the whole field out there. She'll enjoy this one. She can check back over her shoulder. She can look to her left. She chooses not to. She's blocking out those behind. Aimbar seems to have broken. Ainley in third as well. So it's going to be Aimbar who's going to get second place by the looks of it. They've got about 400 metres to go. Ainley looks all but settled for third at this point. She's just going to have to weave her way through those lap runners. A couple of vet men and women in the Gwent League, of course. However, she's in sight. She's on the home straight. Megan Keith, ladies and gentlemen. She took up the running about 3 minutes into this race, and she applied the pressure the whole way. She didn't let anyone get near her. No one even got onto her shoulder. And here, around Llandaff Fields, Keith of New Balance of Scotland is going to come to the Welsh capital. She's going to conquer in Cardiff. And here she comes. What a run. This is going to be an exciting winter season for her. And she is slowly announcing herself as one to watch, not just over the country, but also given her track career this season, or track performances this season, one to watch for Paris as well. Here comes Aimbar. Good running from her. Anley in third. She's going to come through. Well done. And yes, Hannah as well, third at the World Under-20. 20s over the steeplechase, just crossing the line there. 7th at the World Cross Country in the Under-20s, and that's what I'm talking about. Top 8 at the World Cross Country, albeit the Under-20 category. Keith has just demolished them. But here comes Jess Judd. She'll get second in the Cross Challenge series, the Cross Challenge race. Unfortunately, we'll miss out on that prize money on the World Cross Country Tour, but a good run for her, and perhaps a little bit of a humbling experience. It's going to motivate her for the next 2 weeks heading into Liverpool to really kind of sharpen her spikes, if you like. Izzy Fry across the line as well. Great running from her. Dorgetson, the Hungarian. Jess Gibbon, great run from her. Top 10 finish. Top 10, no joke when you've got the likes of these internationals coming along as well. Alex Millard, well, that's a face of pain, isn't it? And she crosses, just looks happy that it's over. Relieved is probably the right word. Neve Britson-Hubbard across third at the National Cross Country last year. Eddie Wallace, what a run, by the way. Neve Brown and Jenny Nesbitt, once upon a time 10th at the European Cross Country Champs, still trying to find form and get back to that level is Nesbitt. And Olivia Mason, she'll be delighted with this performance. She really will. As she comes across, and I'm not sure where we are now. Maybe top 15, top 20. Mulhare of Ireland, 27th Eurocross last year. Goodall behind her, looks to be coming down. Tarver, Wilson. Classic domestic battles taking place out on the course. Not too many sprint finishes, I think. That's probably down to how taxing conditions are now. Carrie Hughes managing to hold off Tent Lan, or is she? Just about. I think Hughes is just about going to hold her off as they both rally those final strides. But, Steph 12. Well, this shows you just how strong that field is, just where the depth of this senior women's race was. Someone like Steph 12 down in the teens. Almina Roca. Good run from her. Very strong. She's been in good form on the track as Naroka as well. So Sutton District athlete Goodall coming across. So look, it's Emily Carroll giving chase. Can she pip her right on the line? Oh, yes she can. What a finish from her. She'll be delighted with that. Here comes Maddie Williams of Oxford, first university student home. Great run from her. Good, beating some serious opposition. Lizzie Apsey there come across just behind Katie Hughes of Aldershot, Farnham and District. As they flock across now. But still big gaps in that senior women's race. It really is. There's Ruby Wolf. So that may well be Phoebe Law, previous Southern Cross Country champion, I think, or National Cross Country champion, should I say, once upon a time, potentially. Who just crossed the line, kick to the polyathlete. Charlotte Buckley with a big sprint finish. Oh, just getting pipped by the Western Tempo athlete. Mara Owen. Always got a smile on her face. Very, very strong running from all these women. And interestingly, look, I mentioned Jess Judd. She had quite a lot of airtime. Jodie Judd, her sister, spent a lot of time out in America, just crossing the line now as well. And who else have we got coming through? Lydia Camp of Oxford, great running. Won her battles out there, holding off that Swansea Harrier behind. Bristol West going through Cardiff AC. Cardiff Uni. Oh, Cardiff Met v Oxford Uni having a good old ding-dong to cross the line. Lucy Thompson. Good running from her, and that's our first vet across the line, I think. First vet 65. Good running from him. Well, we'll just keep an eye on the timetable. We've got that under-20 men's race coming up at 2:30, so around about 20 minutes. So you have got a little bit of a break, but don't go anywhere, because we've got the senior men coming back. We've got some huge British talent to focus on. Mark Scott, Matt Stonia, Zach Mohammed, those guys, and we've got some mega international talent as well. And that will crown off the British Athletics Cross Challenge on World Cross Country Gold Label Tour. And we're really kick-starting that cross-country season. I always think that first cross challenge announces cross-country in Britain, if you like. So, quick break, but enjoy watching the rest of these senior women flock across the line. There's going to be lots of battles out there.
join me with the senior women's winner, Megan Keith. Megan, how did you enjoy that?
Oh, that was great fun. I've run here my third year now, so every year I love this course and I love coming out and running really hard, so it's just another really good day out.
Yeah, so 5th place last year, winner this year. Obviously, you went on to that European silver medal as an under-23. What a summer, going sub 15 minutes. What's the aim now going into Liverpool?
Oh, well, I'm going to try and run as hard as I can and hopefully book a seat on that plane again. But yeah, I love Cardiff as a box to check on my way to Liverpool, so it's always a good one to come and have a hard run out at.
Did training indicate you were going to run as well as you did today? Has it gone to plan recently?
I've been out hammering reps on the muddy fields at Edinburgh, so that normally stands me in good stead.
Awesome. So welcome again to Cardiff, and what a brilliant win. Megan Keith, the winner of the women's race today. Good luck in Liverpool.
Thank you very much.
So just 8 minutes or so away from the under-20 men's race. We're going to go straight to that senior men's race after that as well. This is the kind of climax, the end of the senior ladies race, and a lot of the athletes you're seeing now will be a part of that Gwent League fixture. Obviously combined. Best it's Cross Challenge World Cross Country Gold Label Tour, but also combined with the John H. Collins Gwent League. So great to see a lot of local clubs having fun out there, and I'm sure it's probably their favourite race of this season. So have you missed us from a British perspective? Top Brits, Megan Keith, Jess Judd, Izzy Fry, there we go, 1, 2, 3 on the British side. Ainbor and Ainley were your international second place and third place. Keith won the overall race, so she was your international winner, your gold label cross country tour winner, and of course your British Ladies cross challenge winner as well. Well, there's the under 20 men. There's a few names who we're going to get to see in that. Ed Enzer, Jacob Alexander, Tom Archer, Isaac Carnot, Connor Bell, Matthew Blacklock, Josh Blevins, Adam Barber as well. So a few names to look out for in this under 20 men's race. They're going to run exactly the same distance as those senior ladies, 6.4 kilometers. 2 big laps. For those of you who are familiar with the cross challenge course here. What a day we have had so far, and if you do want to catch up, of course you can rewind the stream, look back over those earlier races. We've been on air since about 11 o'clock this morning. Not only that though, you have open track with the live results, so get on there, look out for those live results. Maybe I'll try and bring you a quick recap myself as well. Oh, look out for Daff Jones, by the way, that Swansea Harrier, good super talent over these distance races, studying now at Cardiff under the watch for live. James D as well, I believe. You'll know these fields well. You would have trained on them on numerous occasions over the past couple of months. So let's have a look at a few of the names that I sort of picked out before we got going today. I mean, Corey Campbell's won, Scottish Schools Cross Country champion. I'm going to take him pretty seriously. Dan Galloway as well, 6th the under 20 European Championships on the track over the 1500, third of those English Schools Championships as well. He's going to run for Telford Athletic Club. Telford 10K, of course, famous in the UK for being a very fast 10K. And yes, Daff Jones, as I mentioned, 14th under 20 at the European, over 5,000 metres at the European Championships this summer. It was at the Euro Juniors, but he's running 8:12, 3,000 metre time. And anytime you're breaking 8:20 as an under 20, it's pretty strong running. Sets you up for a good future, that's for sure in the sport. Romeo Ingram as well, he's one to watch, coached by his mum Wendy. Second at the Bucks B race cross country, 8th at Liverpool cross country last year. Tommy Shaw as well, Birmingham University athlete, coached by Josh Schofield. So shout out to him. So not too long until those under 20s get on the start line. Well, there we are. We pan across, pick out some of the names I mentioned before. They're all there, all the main contenders. Big names are there, and you can tell for some of them they're delighted, aren't they? camera in their face. Well, they're going to have to get used to that over the next few years. It's quite apparent that the faster you get, the more chance you're going to have a camera in your face before the start of a race. 476, look out for him. 475, sorry, Abdi Hamoud, Sharp Sivan and Harrier. He's a serious talent. Here's Abdi, so I'm interested to see how he get on today. Be hunting for a victory on the mud. He's always there or thereabouts in this age group. Aldershot man, Michael Garr as well. Anytime you see an AFD base, that red vest, that red, white and green, you have to take note really, just because there's such rich history. And Max Duckworth as well, he's one to look out for. So that's Dav Jones though, the Swansea Harrier. Familiarise yourself with him. He's someone that we expect to see feature representing Great Britain at the European Under-20 Championships over 5,000. Finished 14th there. As I said a little bit earlier on in the programme, Tonbridge AC man, Isaac Arnott. And again, Tonbridge, one of those clubs, a little bit like Aldershot. You know, whenever you see them on a start line, you know they're gonna bring someone who is capable of winning the whole thing, or at least getting up there. You look at the work, you know, it is down to, you know, the reason these clubs are so strong is down to a few, you know, individuals who have really driven the club forward. Mark Cookway at Tonbridge, Mick Woods at Aldershot as well, and of course there is a massive team of assistant coaches and parents who get involved and help out as well. But their coaching has no doubt been one of a kind over the last few years to produce so many talented athletes like they have. Well, away they're going in these under-20 men. This will be a fast start, no doubt. Aggressive from the off. Gar, Hamoud, Jones, all of them trying to get to the front. This is what always happens in cross country. It's a mad dash to that first corner, and then people start looking around and going, oh, are you going to take it up? I don't want to lead the whole race out. You know, it's an interesting experience leading a cross country race, knowing that you've got somewhat, you know, a couple hundred people right behind you, charging on behind. So, got the City of York vest up there as well. Got some big numbers for this race, along with the obviously attached with the Gwent League. Corey Campbell try and identify him as well, but at the moment it looks like Gar of Aldershot Farnham District, who's up at the front row. Emil Ingram on the far side in the purple. There's a Central AC vest there, dead centre as well, with the Slough and Eton vest. So Tommy Shaw though, didn't mention him, the Birmingham University student. He's one of the athletes in that City of York vest. As they flood by the camera then, and they're going to go and attack that short, sharp hill. We're going to see them. Dav Jones to the fore, where he's a serious talent over 5,000 metres. He wants to take this race on. 6.4k. I mean, interesting distance for these under-17s. It's quite a niche distance. It's not one that you know, they'll necessarily train for. They'll either kind of train for the shorter stuff, the 1,500 to 5,000, or potentially at this age, they're starting to dabble in those longer distances, those 10k cross countries. We know under 20s, they so often have to run up in the senior ranks on the country and battle it out over 10,000 meters. The national cross country for under 20s is 10k as well. So this is quite short for a lot of these lads, I think, with this distance background. And look at the course now. I mean, we did say early on it was going to cut up. It has done. It's looking like a bit of a mud bath. It looks sticky, it looks slippy, but no fallers as yet. All negotiating that turn pretty well. You can see Dav Jones, top right of picture, streak away down that hill. A sea of colour. Twist and turn, wind their way through this section of the course. Right, that might be Henry Johnson and Winter Slough and Eton. apologies, Sam Hodgson of Windsor, Slough and Eton, who seems to be up there early doors as well. That's a Gateshead Harrier. Got a few national cross-country champions in their time. Callum Johnson more recently, senior man. So, not hanging around at all, these under-20s, as they float their way around that bottom turn. They're going to approach the logs very soon, but Dav Jones looks comfortable up front. He's stretching it out. I wonder if if this was his plan, or if he's just sort of comfortable, finds himself up at the front. Sometimes that's the way in cross-country. You feel good, and you just find yourself responding through the mud, you know, round the turns a lot better than everyone else. And you're like, well, if I'm here, I may as well make the most of it and push the pace on a little bit. And that's what he seems to be doing. He's got Hodgson in behind him, and almost a little pack of three look to break away. And we're less than 4 minutes into this race, and it is already thinning out. It's probably an indication of the pace they're running more than anything. So they'll do the same circuit those senior women just did. 2 big laps, 6.4 kilometers. Let's see who negotiates these logs. It's getting very boggy, very sticky, the other side of these logs. Hodgson, Jones. Identify that Gateshead Harrier as well. He's looking very, very comfortable in second place. The rest of them, there's Abdi Hamoud as well. Chelsea Barnett Harrier takes that turn rather nicely. And just approaching that log over on the far side as well. So these lads will be starting to prepare for that Liverpool cross country, and it's a quick turnaround for them as well. It's a bit like in the senior women's race, 2 weeks. You know, you are going to see athletes. I think they're going to be pretty much peaking right now if they are looking to make that, you know, that European team to represent GB out in Brussels at the European cross country champs, to go up against the best in Europe. So it's a good indication of where they're at. It's a good indication of who we might see make that team. And these 4 look like 4 men who are going to be right amongst it in 2 weeks' time, providing it stays like this. And Dav Jones looks comfortable up front at the moment. It's Taunton AC man as well in 5th, trying to bridge that gap. So Jones and Hodgson looking comfortable. That's a pack of 5 now. I wonder if it's going to stay like this. We can't really call it a pack. It's very much single file. That's probably more down to the conditions than anything weaving their way through, although this section of the course hasn't been run over too much at this point. It's only really the seniors who have gone round this far side. A few under-13s did 1 large lap earlier today. Their light bodies wouldn't have made much of an impact on this side though. So Jones still leads as he comes up to this second technical twisty section. And this is where you get a check back, and maybe he'll look over his shoulder on one of these turns and just say, well, what was once a couple hundred at the start is now just 10. He may well be chatting alongside Hodgson. So it looks like it's Josh Blevins actually, the Gateshead Harrier. Just ID'd Blevins, sitting in 3rd. He's been there all race long. Playing a little bit, you know, playing a little bit of canny game, keeping a low profile at this point. Not looking to lead at any point in this race so far. And like I said there, Jones looks over his shoulder. It's a good time to check your shoulder at that point in the race. It really is. On the bends, that's when you want to do it. But all of them looking quite comfortable at this point. Got a couple Ashford lads, Lewis Small and Jack Small, brothers. Well, they look like brothers as well, don't they? Despite their kind of vest shorts. Yeah, kind of similar running styles out there as well. So Ashford AC putting their club on the map as well. Not often you see that yellow vest to the fore in these races. No disrespect to the club. A lot of great clubs up and down the country. So 6 men in, heading down on your course map. They're approaching that point G on the map. They're approaching that little copse of woods, and that'll be virtually a lap done by that point. The next time they come around that copse is going to be about 200-300 meters from the finish line. So no change at the moment, and will we see, like we saw in the women's race, it's going to be that next twisty, hilly section, you know, round by points C and D on your course map. That's really going to test a few. That's where I think the race is going to split up. That's where it has done. It splits up all day long in just about every race we've seen. So Blevins, Hodgson and Jones, these three look the stronger. The two small twins just kind of hanging on the back there, doing what they can to stick with these guys and bridge the gap. But, yes, many of these men as well will be aware of that prize money. They too will be awarded £250 for the win here. So they have one eye on that, and one eye on selection as well for the European cross-country trials in 2 weeks. Of course, so often, you know, 6 obviously go. And there's always one spot which is discretionary. So proving some form here today is going to be vital for a lot of these gentlemen, bidding their case to make that team to Brussels if they do kind of lose out on one of those spots. But Daff Jones looks very, very comfortable up front. He's been there all race long, and I think anytime you see someone who's comfortable up front, you know, they're running along at a good pace. They've dropped most of the field, bar sort of 5 guys around them. He hasn't done any damage yet. He hasn't surged at all yet. He's being able to pick his line at this point in the race as well. He's choosing some good footing out there. And there is perks to being at the front. There's not a breath of wind here today. There's really not. A little bit further back, you've got the Taunton Athletic Club lad, and you've got a chase back led by the central man. 2 runners for Paul, Romel Ungram's in there, 2 Aldershot lads, Duckworth, the Gar as well, City York man as well. A few lads from Wirral as well. So, moves a bit further back, so it's stringing out further down the field as they come by me and the gantry here at that start-finish area. But 5 men. What was pretty much 6 is now 5, and it looks like Jones is just starting to squeeze things a little bit now. Hodgson, where he's been all race long, tucking in behind. Blevins, we think of Gateshead, and the 2 small twins from Ashford AC are mixing it. They're getting amongst it with these lads. Can one family make the podium? And we see not just 2 lads from the same club, but 2 brothers on that podium today. That would be some achievement, that's for sure. And now it's Hodgson's turn at the front. He eases himself forward. He looks to drive on. Jones in second. We're getting accustomed. We know who's who now in this race as we go into the final lap. 2 big laps, like I said. This is where I think it's going to separate. This is where we've got to look for the gaps. This is where we've got to see how people are negotiating the turns, how they're finding the course out there. Blevins looks for the first time, a little grimace on his face. He was probably hanging on by choice. I thought he might be biding his time in third. But it's Lewis Small who drifts by Blevins as Blevin responds again. Hodgson and Jones in, attack that hill, and they've stolen a march, haven't they? It looks like we're going to have a battle for third, and a battle for that top prize, that gold medal here. That's how it looks at the moment. And perhaps now, as we see the others flock through as well, it's a good time to talk about, not only have we got the Liverpool Cross Country Championships in 2 weeks' time, we've also got the 3rd fixture of the Cross Challenge will be in Renfrew. 13th of January, and then the 4th fixture will be at Parliament Hill. That's the home country's international, 20th of January. Mark that in your calendar. It's set to be a very, very exciting race. Tents and beer tents and all sorts to run through, just similar to Highgate, looking to make it a bit of a circuit, just like they do at the Night of 10,000s in May. And then the 5th venue is to be confirmed. The Inter-Counties Championships on the 9th of March. It's not yet been decided where that will be held. So Hodgson looks like he's just asking the question. He hasn't broken Daff Jones yet, not by any means, but he has drifted himself to the front. and he is pressing. And it's now, Jones is going to have to ask himself, how bad do I want it? Can I hang on? Can you just get through this rough patch? This is a tough patch. If you're hurting at this stage, these little turns, these hills, if we can see how soft it is underfoot now, it's going to take a lot out of you. It's sapping. But if you can get through it and get onto that field, someone like Jones can hang on to Hodgson. No doubt about that. But this is a great run from Hodgson. As you can see, he's just enjoying accelerating off those turns. He leans into them. He almost lengthens his stride. Most coaches will almost tell you to do the opposite through those muddy sections. Can you shorten your stride? Can you sort of, you know, tick up your cadence, get through it a little bit quicker? Long strides tend to cause a bit of slipping and stuff, a little bit of unsure footing. But for Hodgson, it seems to be working here today. But both of them are broken away, to be honest. Jones will check his shoulder and know that he's got a pretty hefty gap to third. So he's got to stay in the race here. He's got to stay in it, stay focused, because you never know what can happen in cross country. People can blow up. People can come back to you very, very quick indeed. It looks like Blevins and Small. It's Small and Blevins in third and fourth, and that's Jack Small, twin to Lewis, in fifth as well. How are these gentlemen going to negotiate this log? One of the toughest sections of the course. Comfortable for Hodgson, comfortable for Jones as well, as they move on. And they'll head out to that long, open field. Not much crowd around there. You really have to kind of do battle with your own head on this next section of the course before you come back into crowd territory, if you like, where your friends and family may well be. Goodness me, Hodgson, he skips over that like it wasn't even there, and that gap to me is growing, and this well could be the finishing order. Hodgson back to Jones. There's Neil Ingram just gone through, pitch up around 3:45 for 1500. That seems to be the marker of a high caliber under 20 athlete, that 3:45 mark. If you're around there as an under 20, you're setting yourself up for a very good senior campaign, for a very good senior career. It also gives you the ability, you know, that sort of speed gives you the ability to really compete over the 5,000 meters at that age as well. You get a bit of strength in you. It's Abdi Hamoud choosing to step on the old log. Okay then, well, Sam Hodgson, he waited, he bided his time. I mean, he looked comfortable early. It was him and Dav Jones kind of side by side. Little slip from Hodgson. This is where he's got to be careful. This is where he's got to focus going into the last, you know, kilometre or so on your map. They're around point F at the moment. You can see they're going to kind of switch back on themselves a little bit before they get to C, and then head down on what is pretty much the home straight. So Dav Jones needs to work at it as well. These gentlemen, they're putting themselves in a position that they're going to feel in 2 weeks' time. In 2 weeks' time, they won't just have to worry about medals. They won't just have to worry about, you know, a cross-challenge position. They'll have to worry about who's behind them, who's with them, because, you know, they'll be fighting for a GB vest in 2 weeks' time. And you know what? It won't just be the two of them. It'll probably be 10, 20 of them, you know, all fighting for that spot. And this gap between Hodgson and Jones will probably be filled by 5, 6, 7, 8 lads, you know, all hungry for what could be, for many of them, their first GB vest. And the cross country offers that. It offers an opportunity to a lot of athletes, whereas, you know, on the track, there's what, 2 spots up for grabs at most competitions per event. But the cross country is a bit of a level up. But boy, is Hodgson looking very, very strong. He's clearly got it right today. He's clearly peaking at the right time. I mean, I remember his teammate, Tom Bridger, off studying at Tulsa University now, but he had a terrific cross-country season last year, did Bridger. And, you know, to give you a bit of context to Sam Hodgson here, very, very strong runner. He won the Southern Cross Country Championships last year, but his track times nowhere near the same level of Dav Jones in behind him. He's an 8:23 over 3,000, and that was back in 2022, and 14:40 over 5,000 again back in 2022. So he clearly had a bit of a dip in form last year before really coming back with a vengeance this year, to be honest with you. But he does seem to enjoy the cross country more than the track, does Hodgson. 4th at those inter-county championships last year as well. That proves you don't get top 5, top 6. That's at the inter-counties without being a very, very established, accomplished cross-country runner. So Hodgson looks like he's going to take this one. He's approaching that copse of trees. He's got a healthy gap that he's developed over the course of this second lap. This time around, what, a lap ago, there was 6 of them. And now it's just Hodgson. Dav Jones gives chase. Blevins in 3rd, and that's one of the small twins. I believe it's Lewis Small in 4th. But a little check back for the man from Windsor, Slough and Eton. And this is going to be, you know, one of his first, you know, serious victories over the country. And as we know, the cross country, you know, not like a track race where you can kind of pick up those victories quite easily. You know, if you do a local track race, cross country is hard. You're up against, you know, several hundred lads, and you know, you don't win a cross country race easily. There's no such thing as that. Shireen Higgins doing a phenomenal job coaching this young man. He's going to go through this junior men's age group, we hope, and develop into a very successful senior on the mud, because boy, is he handling this course very, very well. Look out for him at Liverpool Cross Challenge in 2 weeks' time. Look out for that light blue and gold vest of Windsor, Slough and Eton. So it looks like he's waving to the crowd now. He knows what he's done. He knows what he's achieved. And he's, you know, he's come here. Dav Jones, the Swansea man, will train on these fields. He's put him away. And he's bidding to make that GB cross-country team to head to Brussels in 2 weeks' time. He's put himself right amongst it. He is delighted. And like I said, you don't win cross-country races easy. It's a big victory for him. He's took a few scalps out here today as well. And do you know what? More importantly, I think he's felt good doing it. Dav Jones here in 2nd place. Good performance from him. He hung in there. He hung in there quite a good bit. It got tough. The question was going to be asked. He had to measure his effort back to 3rd place as well, but it's a solid run from Jones. There we are, Lewis Small coming through for 3rd. Deserved that. Blevins in 4th. Jack Small in 5th. So the 2 twins doing a fantastic job, the pair of them, and often you find that, don't you? Twins just egg each other on. They're so competitive. Taunton AC crossing the line as well as Romel Ingram. Bad run from him at all, studying up at Loughborough University. It's Corey Campbell just crossing the line, Scottish lad. Scottish schools cross-country champion, 3:45 1500 PB as well. Well done to him. Here we go, blocking across the line. These are those like individual battles. A lot of these men will be, no doubt, they'll know each other very well over the age groups. They would have battled from under 15s all the way up to under 20s, no doubt. And they'll know who they're racing against. They'll know, you know, they'll judge if they had a good or a bad run, or who they kind of pipped on the line. So they'll stream across for several more minutes. But at 2:55, in 5 minutes or so, the senior men, gold label, World Athletics Continental Tour, British Athletics Cross Challenge, the first in the series. And of course, the John H. Collins Gwent League is amongst it all as well. But they've got 3 big laps ahead of them. More on that to come. Let's enjoy watching these under 20 men stream across the line. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for many of you, you may just be tuning in, so welcome to the 26th edition of the Cardiff Cross Challenge. We're going to just pan down to the senior men, which are about to get going. It's not just the 2023 Cross Challenge, but it is also a World Athletics Gold Label Tour. We have some supreme international talent, as Mary is there, one to your right. Look at that, Kiprop as well, Vincent Keita, what a phenomenal talent, 3:31 for 1500, World Junior 1500 meter champion in his time. Sam Charlton, McMillan. Now Angus McMillan was due to do the short course. I'm glad to see him in the long course. He's in great shape. And perhaps, you know, after his Mansfield performance last year, he didn't need confirmation that he's good over the mud, over the shorter distances. He'll back himself heading into that relay trial if he chooses to do it. Or not will be one thing. But there we are, as they just introduce a few of these men. Vincent Keita, I mentioned him before, 2021 World Under 20 1500 meter champion. That was in Kenya, believe it or not. Wow, Agidi, look at him, 27-24 for 10,000 meters. The man from Burundi, 13:03 for 5,000, perhaps his most impressive performance. Joel Laliso as well, the European Under-20 champion, still just 19 years of age. That was back in 2021. He was an Under-20 champion, not recently. Mark Scott, well, he needs no introduction. Poppy on the vest, nice touch from him. Armistice Day today, 12:57 over the 5,000. Commonwealth Games, 4th place last year as well. Stepping up to the marathon though, we expect to see him Seville. And finally, Derry Griffiths of Swansea Harrods as well, 2:09.49 marathoner on his day out back in 2019. He's still searching that form. Had some horrible injuries and illnesses over the years, but he's getting back there. One thing he can run on, and that is mud. Let's see what Derry can do. But the senior men's race, just look at them. A whole host of these gentlemen about to line up. We've got some phenomenal talent on display. We haven't even mentioned half of the elite men. I'll get to that during the race, but let's hold fire until these men charge off the line. Oh, as they anxiously wait. Take their marks. A few nervous twitches, but away they go. Zach Mohammed was closest to picture there. Look out for him. He's in phenomenal form. 46:41 over 10 miles at a Great South Run just a few weeks ago. About 4 weeks ago now, actually. Goodness me, time flies. But let's kickstart this winter campaign. Someone like Mohammed, he's an accomplished cross-country runner. 70th or so at the World Cross Country Championships last year. He's going to see what he can do against similar opposition. Okay, you haven't quite got the depth at the front of the field, but you've got some serious talent, no doubt, and a little bit more on those gentlemen. Like I said, you know, a lot of 13-minute men over the 5,000 there or thereabouts. Lalesso is, you know, a European under-20 record holder over 3,000 meters indoors, 7:48. He was actually 23rd at the World Road Running Champs over 5,000 meters. So, and that was what, early October. So he's in good form. He's running okay. Perhaps not the Lalesso we once saw in 2021. But he's getting there, and it's a tough transition to be a senior man. It really is. You know, not only do you go up in distance, you know, there's so much more depth. You have to, you know, yes, you might have dominated the under-20s, but you have to get used to, look, you know, running in a pack, you know, running with men who are very strong. They don't let up. You can't drop them, you know. Well, how about this then? Nagide of Burundi. He's going to do the early run. He's going to get out hard. And the Ethiopians turned up at Cardiff and was saying, has it rained, has it rained? We want it to be muddy. We haven't run in mud before. We're excited to run in mud. So let's see how they fare. It is sticky out on the course. That's the word I would use. It's not slippy so much, but sticky, and it has been cut up. You can tell by the line they're taking. Look at that wide line. Kiprop just floating his way around, cutting onto the inside. Quick check to the right. The Wheeler twins up there. Mark Scott, how will he fare? He got beat convincingly at the Great South Run. That would hurt someone like Mark. Domestically as well, got beat. And to see someone like Mohammed run away from like he did, even the likes of Jacob Allen. But it was a run out for Mark. It was an opportunity for him to get back on a start line and build fitness and work towards. We know he's going to do Seville at the end of January. His marathon debut has been anticipated for some time now. He announced sort of around this time last year that he was planning on doing it, but injuries have kind of held him back. Of course, made the GB team for Euro Cross Countries last year, but couldn't toe the line at Europeans due to, I think, it was a calf injury at that time. But look, it puts into context, doesn't it? The speed these men operate at, are flying. You know, to the right of pitch, you can see him going down the other side, and they're just flying off the top of that hill. Very muddy. Oh, we see a faller on that turn as well. No surprise there, given these conditions. Okay, Kiprop up at the front. Kenneth Kiprop is a 13-15 man from Uganda. Believe it or not, just 15th in the mile at Riga at the World Road Running Champs. Clearly not his distance. Favoured over the 5K, you would have thought. He was 6th at the World Cross Country in the under-20 race. He's a good youngster, is Kiprop, and he's proven that. But how about Mohammed and Wheeler? They're getting straight to it. They're not going to wait for these Kenyans in the mud. Mohammed's going to give chase. It'll be some scout. We saw Keith win the senior women's race, holding off the international opposition. I say holding off, dominating the international opposition. It would be amazing if we saw another Brit take down the Cardiff Cross Challenge and the its continental tour on British soil as well. Again, beating international competition. Look at the hordes now. But Kiprop is just floating through. Zach Mohammed is second. It's Wheeler in third. Which one? Forgive me. They are identical twins and quite hard to spot at times. So a lot of these men will be used to this hard, aggressive start of a 9.6 kilometers. And do you know what? It's a tough course, this Cardiff, because after 400-500 meters, you attack this really technical, slightly hilly, twisty, muddy section. And it's not until you get out the other side of this you realize how tired you are. Adrenaline's high at this point. It's easy to accelerate out of turns and into turns at this point in the race. What it's not easy to do is when they come around for that second time, for that third lap, to really kind of, you know, still accelerate and attack. And that's why we've seen on so many occasions throughout all the races today, athletes really break one another on this twisty section. So there we go. Huge contingent of Oxford University students here today as well. Great to see them make the trip up to the Welsh capital. But Kiprop off the front already. Wheeler is second. Zach Mohammed looks to be biding his time. He looks very relaxed, just out for a shoulder at the moment, checking his shoulder. But single file, and probably wouldn't expect this early on, to be honest with you. We're what, 5 minutes in? We're probably well through the mile marker. These men would be averaging somewhat 440 per mile, even over this sort of terrain, to give you a bit of context. Those who are partial to a road 5K. Let's have a look at a few names in here as well. Well, we mentioned Mark Scott. Jack Miller seems to be running very well. He's a good runner on the mud. Matt Stonia, 145 800 meter man. He's got out the fastest 800 PB out of all of this lot, surely, but he's also a 331 1500 runner and a good runner over the country. 8th at those European cross country championships last year in the under 23 age group. But Kiprop all out on his own, and is this the first time we're going to see, you know, Vincent Keita to the fore? It looks like that. Wheeler's going to hang tough. I know he was disappointed off his Mansfield performance last year. It was very muddy. As Mary's in there, I think we're going to have a little bit of a chase pack at some point. They've gone off very hard. Agide and Mohammed working together. They've all gone off very, very hard at this point, but I think it will close up soon. So this is great to see Wheeler taking absolutely no prisoners out there at the moment as they approach. They're on around about point F on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us and you're unfamiliar with this Cardiff Cross Challenge course, they are at point F and they're about to come across. And one thing which is beautiful about this course is the way it's spectator friendly. Look at that, spectators line the course. It's a twisty section. You can almost stand at one spot and see them for the best part of a K or 2K as they switch back on themselves up this hill. It's a proper European cross-country course. You know, we compliment the likes of Belgium and Brussels for putting on good cross-country races, and Welsh Athletics have looked at that model and they've said we want to produce something similar, and that's what they've done. This Cardiff Cross Challenge used to be in sort of Butte Park, kind of fields over the other side of the river, and they moved it over to this side. And ever since they've done that, they made a very, very good course, and this event's gone from strength to strength to the stage now where it's a gold label cross country, and we are seeing the very best in the world over the mud flock to Cardiff to take part. To enjoy Kiprop gliding over this terrain, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd are appreciative. They know what they're watching. fantastic runner, and we'll pan back slightly further back to see the kind of battle of the domestic races. Of course, there is prize money for Brits only, but there is also prize money for the Gold Label Tour as well. $2,000 up for grabs for the winner. So we'll try and identify that athlete in second. I don't believe it's Keita at this point. It could well be Mutai, who's a 3:39 1500 man. And I'll tell you something else about Mutai. In 2011, the World Under-20 silver medalist. So looks like it could be Mutai. But Kiprop, I mean, look, we know the strength Uganda have. You know, Cheptegei and Kiplimo, the way they float over the mud. He's got a very similar arm carriage, Kiprop, as the likes of Cheptegei and Kiplimo. They hold their arms quite high up on their chest, and they just let their legs do all the work. They're just so strong. And one of the things which is quite different, I mean, you know, Kenyans and the other teams, yes, they train on hilly terrain and they train at high altitude, but Ugandans train on extremely hilly terrain. They are no strangers to hills, and actually when you look at the kind of trail scene, the ultra scene, Ugandans take it quite seriously, and they are stepping into that scene more and more. So there's Vincent Mutai, the man who was second in the Under-20 World Champs in 2011. He's coming across the screen. Believe it or not, still only run 3:39. Hasn't improved much in the last 12 years. It's probably a little bit unfair to say, given the level he was at then. He was still a world-class level, but seems to be enjoying the cross-country, and he's going to try and give chase to Kiprop. But if Kiprop holds this position and builds and builds and builds, I mean, you know, sixth at the World Cross Country in the Under-20 age group last year. You know, if he continues to build, it would just be a phenomenal performance. And you look ahead to another World Cross next year, he's got to be eyeing that and thinking, can I make that Ugandan team? Can I even feature at the highest level? I've seen Kiplimo, I've seen Cheptegei win that crown. Can I do it next? So he clearly looks like the next big thing coming out of Uganda. I'll pan over my shoulder. Wheeler and Zach Mohammed is still running together if you're interested in that British battle. George Wheeler a bit further back as well. Angus McMillan having a fantastic run. Mark Scott, Stonia, Miller, Richard Slade, Lalesso, Ian Crowright, all in a chase back behind. Sam Charlton, Joe Morrow as well. Just shouting out some English names. Ben Bradley's in there, Tom Wood. Charlie from Oxford, good contingent of Oxford University students out on the course today. But it looks relentless, ladies and gentlemen. You really do get a feel for it when you're up close and personal with these athletes. They are running. It's just, there's no let up on the gas. For a lot of these men, they would have just done that 3-kilometre circuit, just over that 2-mile circuit, and they'll be very much near their maximum. And they're probably thinking to themselves, going around here, Christ alive, I've got to do that twice more. And one man who might not be thinking that, though, is Kiprop, as he looks very, very good. He looks in control at this moment, and he's familiarised himself with this course now. Alamu from Ethiopia over on the far side, Mutai as Mary, and Zach Mohammed seems to be picking his way through. Seems to have just strategised, you know, had a bit more of a patient tactic over this first lap, and he looks quite good. So Abele Alamu, the under-20 from Ethiopia, I do apologise, I have very, very little notes on him, very little background. He hasn't raced much out of Ethiopia at all, so he's an interesting prospect, he really is. And I think for a lot of gentlemen like him, this is his opportunity. Can he shine? Can he be invited back? Can he compete on the kind of international circuit in Europe? There we are, Mutai and Asmeri attacking that hill. Goodness me, you can just see the class, can't you? Zach Mohammed as well, giving chase. He's leading the British race at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on at home. Wheeler in second, having a phenomenal run, he really is. Whether he can stay there, that'll be another thing. And there's his twin brother in that famous Milton Keynes Distance Project vest, set up by Carl Bennett. There's Ben Bradley going through picture, Jamie Edgerton as well, Alex Gruen, Indy Barnes, some phenomenal runners. Oh, and I have been told the leader may have just had a little fall. Doesn't look like it though. Come through on my ear. Second place, it looked like Mutai had a little slip over on that turn. Just then, Kiprop just steaming ahead though. He streaks ahead and he's got a healthy margin now. This is world-class distance running, ladies and gentlemen. And cross-country is a funny one, isn't it? Sometimes when you're just in the groove, you're untouchable. You know, you can do cross-country races and feel terrible from the very start, and you can do some where you don't even feel a drop of pain. And Kiprop may well be in that zone right now. He is just gliding over this terrain, and this is the lap he'll probably have to gather himself and settle a little bit. Very aggressive early, and he's made it hard for them. They're going to have to give chase, but that they'll do. Mutai, Mohammed, and Alamu and Esmeri. Mutai still, he's got back up, recovered from that fall well. Oh, look at those turns. You can see what I mean about sticky footing. It's not that slippy stuff. I often think the slippy terrain is better. You spike to grip it, but this sticky mud just saps everything out of you. It really does. So let's have a look a little bit further back the field. This is Lelesso, Mark Scott. A lot of Brits seem to just be queuing up behind Mark Scott. Jack Miller is sort of edged to the front. There's Rich Slade just hanging on. He had a very good run at Mansfield last weekend. Ian Crowright, Dale Griffiths, Sam Charlton. Joe Morrow just working his way through as well. It's Milan Campion there. Charlie, Tom Wood, there's Ben Bradley of Aldershot, Farnham District. Had a very good run at the Great South himself, 48 and change over 10 miles, so well inside 5-minute mile, and you know, it's serious running over that distance. It's Kiprop still comfortably out front. We're going to see him sort of come down this stretch, crowd gathering on that log jump. They're going to enjoy watching these senior men negotiate that, especially on the first lap. I can imagine it was chaotic, all jostling for position. Interestingly, these senior men, just about every age group, men or women, chose to jump those logs. These senior men are all tapping it, they're footing on, so perhaps that is the way to go. But Zach Mohammed has now moved himself into third place. He'll give chase to Mutai. Obviously 10-15 behind. This is a good run from Mohammed. If he's judged it right, Mutai's going to be there to catch over that last lap. I think that's where you want to be. You want to be hunting athletes at this stage in the race. You don't want to be hanging on. Someone who might be hanging on is Wheeler there in fifth. Aggressive at the start. He's got good company behind him. Agide from Burundi. These men embark on that lonely section of the course, the quiet section, just them and their thoughts. Have a look at that then. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us from overseas, this is a typical British cross-country league fixture, the John Collins Gwent League, and you know what, if you think this is impressive, there must be about 30 or 40 of them up and down the country today as well. It is a staple weekend in the cross-country calendar. You have cross-country leagues in London, Birmingham, Leeds, just about anywhere in the country, with several hundred men do battle over, you know, 10 kilometers. 6 miles is usually the kind of gold distance. So enjoy that. So Esmeri and Mohammed. Mohammed's got company. He wants to use him. Can he sort of settle for a little bit? He's trying to do a lot of work himself to close that gap back to Mutai, who, to be honest with you, bar that fall, has looked very, very strong. And he's recovered well from that. And we're just looking at the gaps now. And oh boy, Kiprop, he's going to be stumbling on some lap runners very soon. His last lap, he is going to be weaving his way through this field. I can assure you of that. I'm down at the start-finish area, and we have still got men coming through in their hundreds at this point. So Kiprop, that may be a new experience for him, lapping runners, or maybe not. But he does seem to have just sort of judging his effort a little bit more at this point. He seems to be recovering, regrouping, and Vincent Mutai in second place also looks to be doing that. He'll be happy with how he's recovered from his fall at this point. So we are probably exactly halfway, just over through this race, ladies and gentlemen. I think, yeah, if I'm being fair, they'll be inside 30 minutes, that's for sure. 9.6 kilometer circuit. So we were over the halfway mark. And there we are then. So not much info, but you know, hasn't done much since that silver medal at the World Under-20 Championships back in 2011. That was held in Lille, in France, the Kenyan. So hasn't done too much since then, but he's here on the cross-country circuit, and he's going to sweep up a bit of prize money here in Cardiff. But oh boy, Kenneth Kiprop of Uganda. Well, I'm sure there'll be a few gentlemen watching that, watching this race today, who competed against him at that road mile out in Riga, where Kiprop actually finished 15th And they're probably thinking, scratching their heads, going, good on earth, how did I beat that man? Because he's looking unbeatable today here at Cardiff. And well, look there, there's Wheeler, and there's Keita, Vincent Keita, and Wheeler are together. Keita a 3:31 1500 meter man, so Keita Wheeler will be growing in confidence, even the fact that he is in his presence. So they're going to come around well, for the third and final lap. Mutai's very close. Kiprop's closer as he leads the way. The gaps are big now, ladies and gentlemen. I mentioned Kiprop's going to weave his way through just about, well, several hundred lap runners. You'll be astonished the way he'll just cut through them over this last lap. And is that gap shortening? Back to Mutai. Is that gap shortening? Well, we'll get a better look at it when the sort of camera pans out and we get a bit of a wider look, but it might be closing just slightly. Mutai might be on a roll here. He might be catching up with Kiprop at this point, who perhaps is taking a slightly easier section, but this is what's going to get tricky for someone like Mutai chasing, is he's going to lose touch of Kiprop with these lap runners. He's not going to be able to quite see where he is clearly. Kiprop can hide, dip in and out of those lap runners, use them to his advantage. And look, goodness gracious me. Several hundred men, ladies and gentlemen, still on what would be their second lap. Just started. Look at all those clubs. It's a sea of colour. It is a sight, that's for sure. It's impressive. We have that many men turn out for these local cross-country leagues, and I'm sure, you know, these local leagues are growing in stature as well. I spoke to James Williams, the CEO of Welsh Athletics, on the impact of you know, that this race has had on distance running in Wales and Cardiff as a whole, and it's astronomical. You know, so many more people have got involved with cross country, knowing they can race against the very best in the world. And you know, this meet has been put on phenomenally. It's the atmosphere is terrific, the course is terrific. They got lucky with the conditions, but they're also terrific. So Mutai, Kiprop isn't even in shot, so I mentioned that lap might be that gap might be shortening, but no chance of that. Kiprop looks like he is miles ahead, and boy, he's going to have some fun now. Look at this, Kiprop approaching all these lap runners. Mutai in second. I'm going to keep an eye out on this British battle, because we've got Matt Stoner, Mark Scott seems to be dropped, Lesso, Rich Slade, Jack Miller in there as well. The Sharpsy Barnett man as well. Sam Charlton having a good run. Delwood Griffiths running very, very well. Like to Kurt Taylor, Flynn Jennings, Ilan Capia, Joe Morrow sticking out at Ian Crowright. But look at Kiprop right now. Here he goes. He's going to attack this hill. How is he going to fare up this hill? He's not going to be able to pick his line on this lap, that's for sure. So Mutai as well, he won't be able to choose his line at this stage in the race. Oh boy, Zach Mohammed as well, he's having a fantastic run. He sits in third place. That's Alamu, he was the Ethiopian I was unsure of. Don't have much data on him at all, if any. But Mohammed is just placing himself high. He's going to pick up, if he can stay there, he's going to pick up some nice prize money on the World Tour, some nice points as well, but he's also going to pick up some nice British prize money. So double payday for Zach Mohammed if he can stay there, if he chooses lines, or almost pushes the lap runner out his way. Rightly so as well at this stage in the race. Every inch counts, and the last thing you want is to, you know, lose out on prize money and a medal and world ranking points because of a lap runner. But oh, look at Mutai, he's having trouble again on that turn, just like he did on the previous lap. It is awfully boggy out there now, slippy as well. These men have churned up this course, and this course would have got worse and worse every single lap. You know, just because of the sheer volume of men running around here at the moment. These gentlemen will have to acknowledge greatness as they part the seas to leave room for Kiprop. I'm sure they're checking their shoulder. I'm sure they're saying, here comes the leader, gents. Let's keep clear. Oh, it's a pleasure to watch. It really is. It is just gliding through, and it just puts into perspective, doesn't it, the level he's at. Here's Mutai almost hiding behind some of these lap runners, and this is what I said, you know, he's going to really struggle to gauge that gap to Kiprop now. Now that there's so many lap runners to go through, he's not really going to know where Kiprop is, but that gives you, you know, a bit of perspective. There is room to move here. You know, Kiprop over on the far side there. Keep an eye on him. So let's have a look. Where's third place? It is Alamu has overtook Zach Mohammed. He clearly hasn't enjoyed that technical section, no twists and turns, because he was leading going up that hill. And he's kind of dropped back, and that's a sizable gap now, and that's a gap that's opened very, very quickly indeed. I hope Zach Mohammed's okay. I hope there's nothing drastic that has happened. So, there we are, panning a little bit further back. There's a few of the domestic chasers there, if you like. We're going to hold on this corner. That could be Kartik Kumar of India, 13:48 5,000 meter man. He was actually 2 times Indian champ, was Kumar, and also Golveer Singh, another Indian athlete, 4th for the Asian Games just a few weeks ago, 13:29 over 5,000. That was back on the 4th of October, so that just shows you, he's back in about 10th place. So, Kenneth Kiprop, ladies and gentlemen, has dominated this race. He's been out front all along, and he is going to float around these lap runners on this section of the course. Where are we? Down at point E. He just looks supreme. The gap to Mutai has probably remained the same all race long. He opened it up on that first lap, and it stayed there. Is it closing? I keep asking myself that question. The camera angle plays tricks on me. 1 minute I think it's closing, 1 minute I don't. There you are. This provides us some pretty good context, some good images of how big that gap is. And he's not even in shot, Mutai. It's a couple of Oxford University lads battling it out. Teammates doing battle over this course. Having some great runs. They're placing pretty high up in what is a British Athletics Cross Challenge, some serious talent. There's the captain, Jared Martin, moving through as well. There's Miller. It's Vincent Mutai in. Oh, he's going to have some fun weaving his way through them, that's for sure. It's going to keep him on his toes. He's not going to be able to lose concentration at this stage in the race. So Mutai, probably referring to your map, is about point F. Kiprop will be heading round up to that twisty section. Oh, that gap, ladies and gentlemen. Kiprop, has he had a problem? Has anyone got in his way? Has he slipped over at all? Because that seems to have shrunk very, very quickly. In the last 200 meters, that gap's gone down to 50 or so. This has given me, flashbacks to when Cheptegei blew up that time in Uganda at the World Cross Country Championships, and he had a big lead and it went to nothing. Ended up finishing, in the 20s, 30s, struggled across the line. And has Kiprop judged his effort? Because Mutai has now closed right up, and this is going to be one hell of a battle, ladies and gentlemen. Has he just gone? We've got just over a kilometre to go at this stage in the race. Expect to see him 28 minutes away. Checking his watch, that's not going to help him. It might tell him how far he's got left, but look, he's done 2.5 laps already. And boy, this looks like it's it for Kiprop right now. It would be a miracle for him to respond when Mutai comes by, and Mutai is hungry. He's hunting him down. He's got that motivation. He's got the grip between his teeth. He's got something to chase, something to run for. Kiprop doesn't even know he's coming. He would have looked over his shoulder and just seen a sea of lap runners, and probably isn't aware how close Mutai is right now. So Kenneth Kiprop of Uganda. What can he do? Can he respond? Mutai, uptight like this, we know he's lurking. He's sitting there somewhere behind Kiprop. He'll be getting excited. Oh, and he's on him now. He's on him. 5 meters or so. This is going to be one fascinating last half a mile, last 600 meters. Mutai has timed his effort, judged his effort to perfection out here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. He had a fall on lap 2. He didn't like one of the bends on lap 3 either, but he looks like he's going to go by. Oh, Kiprop responds. We have a race on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. It was Kiprop toying with Mutai. Uganda v Kenya at this point. Is Zach Mohammed in third, or is Alamu? I think Alamu is in third. I just saw him. So, oh, and look at this. Kiprop's responding. He is just toying. with Mutai at this stage in the race, because he's responded and he's just started to pick up the pace. It was almost like, you know what, I've had enough of pushing. I'm just going to rest for a little bit. And this is what these guys do. They live off fartlegs. It's their bread and butter. It's a staple in their training program. He probably has no problem picking up the pace right now. He's probably picturing some of those fartleg runs he's done on the hills in Uganda at this stage in the race, but Mutai attacks off that bend. It's not done yet. It's not a sealed deal. Kiprop did pick it up. He did raise his game, but Mutai's still there. He's not responding to the surges, but he gradually comes back. He gathers himself. The lap runners are clapping. They know what they're watching. They'll be a fan of the sport, just like you and me at home right now. It's Kenneth Kiprop, ladies and gentlemen, v Vincent Mutai of Kenya. 1500 meter runner v 5000 meter runner. These are two names that are establishing themselves as some of the best in the world. And are we going to see them perform? Kiprop, has he let Mutai by now? They're going to come down this straight. It's neck and neck. This is the race of the ages here in the Cardiff Cross Challenge and World Athletics Continental Gold Tour. And Kiprop is going to get the race he deserves and the victory he deserves, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to conquer Cardiff in the world's capital. Goodness me, what a sprint finish. And look, he led for so long. Mutai must have led for less than a second until Kiprop came steaming by. And wow, what a race we have enjoyed here. And that wraps up the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Stick around, of course. We've got some brilliant action further back. Here comes Alamu down the home straight, but this was the 13th of 13 races of the day. 2,000 runners set to cross that finish line. Here comes Alamu from Ethiopia, still an under 20. Bright future he's got. Fantastic running. Zach Mohammed, he's going to win the British Athletics Cross Challenge. Race 1. Oh, we expect to see him well up there at the Liverpool Cross in 2 weeks. He's beaten some big names here today that might feature in that race as well. He's comfortably, convincingly beaten them. Look at this thing. The Wheeler brothers, neck and neck, getting right amongst the international talent as well. Who's going to win out of these? George v. Charlie. Oh, Charlie's going to take it. Oh boy, it looked like George might have led him there, but Millen, he's coming off a great cross-country start to his campaign. Good start to his campaign, I do apologise. Oh, the excitement, people, waving over him. Mastonia, can he hold him off into the finish? He's going to hold off Vincent Keita at 3:31, 1500 metres. So two 3:31, 1500 metre men come across the line near enough, neck and neck. That's good from Stonia. He comes second in the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. Lelesso there, Mark Scott, and look at this run from Rich Slade from Chiltern Harriers. He's right amongst some of the best in the country. Mark Scott to come across the line. Rich Slade there. Oh, that's top 6, top 7. Jack Miller as well. These are the very best domestic athletes in the country, ladies and gentlemen. Phil Norman, Olympian over the steeplechase. Great running from him. He's going to take a bit of confidence to that going into his winter campaign. All these track runners, they've got, what, 6-7 months of mileage to get in their legs before the track season comes around. Kurt Taylor, oh, what a veteran over the cross country. There we are, streaming across the line now. Great running from all. There's a few internationals still coming across. Derry Griffiths, there's Joe Morrow. Can he get Derry Griffiths on the line? Oh, good sprint between them two. Good, very good battle indeed. Flynn Jennings, Milan Campion. Not say Seaman, former Oxford University student as well. Tom Wood. Great runner from here. Yeah, good double from Ian Crowright as well, actually. What's he did the mile and now come across in that senior men's race as well. It's Naftali Moulton. Oh, just losing out to a Cardiff University student on the line. James Hennigan, well, GB athlete in the mixed relay team last year. Won the short course, the mile. Alex Gruen, Indy Barnes. Just Alex Millingram as well, Radley. Oh, they're all streaming across the line. So McGrath, Felix McGrath, yeah. Jared Martin coming through, good running from him. Miller as well. It's good, he's had a fantastic, studied out in Iona, did Miller. That was a good run. Sam Goodchild coming across the line, Cornwall AC. So you just really get an idea of where all these athletes have travelled from up and down the country, coming together here. That's what is that? Slowly becoming one of the most famous cross-country races in the UK, to be honest with you. And And it's the only gold label cross-country race in the UK that we have, and to be honest, we should have more of them. We're the home of cross-country without sounding too biased, you know, and a lot of race organisers, a lot of governing bodies should take note, should look at the way Welsh Athletics put on this Cardiff Cross Challenge, how they've grown it to a gold label tour. They've jumped on every opportunity that's come their way, and they've built it up to this event. And I know that, you know, they want to host the European Championships here. That fifth fixture of the Cross Challenge is still undecided. They want to host that as well. So there's Ben Reynolds in, coming across the line. Good run from him. Sam Tyas as well. Reynolds went in the mile earlier today. There's Matt Fuller, Hallam Shahari, Oxford University student. Cracking job. There's Matt Rees, Welsh runner. Shout out to him. Jabbers, Oxford student as well. Looks like he had a tough time out there, Heath McColgan, so Welsh City Harriers. And they're just all coming across the line at this stage. Battling hard, fighting for every position. And this is what it's about. If you win your personal battles, if you win your sprint finishes, you can make a habit of it. You really can. And this stage in the race is just about how bad you want it. Good running from all these gentlemen. Enjoy it. Soak it up out there. So if you're at home, I hope you have enjoyed your coverage of the Cross Challenge at this World Cross Country Tour today. I've been your commentator, Matt Seton. Now I'm going to stick around for a little while, let all these lot come across the line. But if you missed anything, go back, watch it. You can rewind on the stream. You know the drill. We're all familiar with YouTube these days. But yes, credit to all the sponsors involved. Sportshoes.com, they put on those mile events. It's fantastic mile events. They sponsored a few athletes going into it as well. Of course, British Athletics and Nike, their sponsor, Welsh Athletics, and everything they do for the sport. These home nations really are, to be honest, leading the way in kind of looking to grow and develop the sport, which does take a while. Change does take a while. It doesn't happen overnight. And we can look forward to that Liverpool cross country and that British Athletics Cross Challenge in 2 weeks' time, because that is where those GB teams, I've been twittering on all day about them, that is where they'll be decided. It's usually first 5 past the post, and then that one spot, that 6th spot, is a discretionary spot, and they will have the trial, the 1 mile trial for the relay as well. And that will just be first 2 past the post, I believe, as it has been in previous years. But boy, the crowd sticking around here, enjoying, cheering on, friends and family cheering everyone on. They realise how hard it is to do such an event. 9.6 kilometres, 6 miles, ladies and gentlemen, over boggy, sticky mud, fast start. And for a lot of these men, they would have gone off very, very quick indeed. You compare it to their average pace. It's hard to really judge your effort for a lot of these men when you've got, you know, people like Kiprop off the front dropping a 4:30, 4:40 first mile. It makes things difficult to you know, to go off at your own pace. You tend to just hang on, and a lot of these blokes would have just hung on for the last 6 miles. And here comes big Aaron Pritchard repping that Royal Air Force vest, the RAF vest. Look at him go. Oh, he's very happy with himself. Stopping to watch across the line. Former Cardiff Met student as well. He's done this race many, many times. Team Bath AC. Pritchard, great character of the sport. And he's enjoyed himself out there, I think. Maybe a little bit too much. Here we are then. Look at some of these sprint finishes coming in a little bit further down. Oh, it's some big battles going on. And still, the Oxford University students flock across the line. Somewhat 60 or 70 students, men and women. headed over to Cardiff this morning to compete for a spot to represent university at the varsity match in a couple weeks' time as well. It's a great event for them, and I hope a few other universities take note as well, because we know university sport is massive in this country, but there's not that many opportunities for university students to actually do, put the uni vest on and race cross country. We have the Bucks cross country, and that's about it when it comes to university races. So they could maybe a few more attach themselves to these cross challenge races and really send some big teams. I'm sure that would make university sport a little bit more exciting as well. But some great finishes we can continue to enjoy, and you know what, these men are going to be coming across this line for several more minutes now. I'm looking over my shoulder. I believe the last couple of athletes have actually set off for their final lap, their third and final lap.
Medalists for the senior men make the way for presentation. That's the top 3 overall, and our top 3 British finishers as well. We're going to do your presentation in a few minutes' time. So that's Kenneth Kiprop, Vincent Mutani, Abay Bakeli Alemu, Zakira Mohammed, George and Charles Wheeler.
So we'll continue to hold the camera on all of these athletes finishing across the line, but it has been a terrific day here in the Welsh capital. 13 races, 2,000 runners, maybe just under across the line so far. A few more to finish up. I've been your commentator today, Matt Senna, but we'll hold the camera on this shot so you can enjoy picking out those loved ones. And I'll check back in with you in a little bit.
To our team of volunteers and officials that are still marshalling the course, and they're going to be taking the course down for many hours. So many people behind the scenes, obviously those hardened crew at Welsh Athletics and all of their volunteers and marshals. Also big thank you, obviously having British Athletics on board, but so many unsung heroes. So not just those that have crossed the finishing lines today, but those that have created the finishing line. It would not be possible without them. So big thank you. We put our hands together for our teams of officials and volunteers, as well as those that are part of the clubs, getting the juniors out here, the seniors out here, the messages, the organisation, the entry of teams. It's such a brilliant and vital role of our sport. So many volunteers that create our clubs and keep our clubs running. So again, massive thank you. All those school teachers as well, all playing their part in getting the runners to the start line today. So then we're looking for the Wheeler brothers to presentation. Seconds for 9,600 metres. So that is phenomenal running. But it does show you slightly testing conditions to 12 months ago. So just under 2 minutes shy of where we were 12 months ago. But that really does put in perspective how fast they're running up front. Kiprop even finding a sprint finish in that last 150 metres to take the Cardiff Cross Challenge for 2023.
delighted to be joined by the men's winner, Kenneth Kiprop. Kenneth, what a win today. You took the pace out and you won here in Cardiff. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I enjoy to win this race in Cardiff because it is my first time to run in Europe a cross country like this one. Yeah.
And you had a big lead on the field, and then you came to the final 150 meters and you found a sprint. Did you think you were going to have to sprint for the win today?
Yeah, I was having that sprint to win this race. Yeah.
And did you enjoy the course of Cardiff, and were there lots of fans and spectators cheering you on?
Yeah, I enjoyed the course, but my first challenge, I see mud, but for me, I be expected to win this race.
Well, we're delighted you ran in Cardiff today. What's your next race, Kenneth? Where do you go from here?
My next race is to be a road race. Although I don't know where to be held. Yeah.
So we look forward to seeing that, and obviously I'm sure Yuri will get you the information for that 5K road race. We wish you all the best. Would you like to try and break 30 minutes in that race?
Yeah, I'm going to run 13 minutes or 12, 50 something. Yeah.
That would be something. So we're delighted to have Kenneth Kiprop, winner of the men's race today here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge 2023.